Greetings, everybody. My name is Coin, and I do apologize for the delay, but welcome on in to another episode of The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom. I will read comments in just a moment, and chat messages as well. But before we get started, I would like to take a moment to just thank everyone. Oh. I forgot that I probably need to put the video capture on that. Hold on. There we go. Now we could still have some ambience while that's going on. Oh, yep, I'm down here. Not sure what happened to my camera to get all completely borked, but... Okay, I think I might be alright. Let's see. Maybe if we shift here. Yeah, this seems okay. Alright, like I was saying before, I don't have any current one-off subscribers on Twitch. Which hotkey was this again? Nope, I think it's... Yep, okay, it's the numpad. I don't have any subscribers or one-off patrons, or... let's see, it would probably be... Okay, right. And I want to make sure I didn't mash anything weird on the hotkey. It doesn't look like it. Anyway, while I don't have any one of those, I'm probably just going to click this. I do read these plaques at the start of every stream. If you guys want your names on them, and you really like my work, just chuck a few coins at me. $1 a month on Patreon, or coffee. Or, you know, free Prime gaming that you get from Amazon Prime, or Tier 1 subscription, or a donation of $2 or more is enough to get your name on any of these placards. They're the smallest thing I have to give back to all of you who come in and keep me company during this stream, and I really appreciate that. That said, I would like to continue to thank Mr. Rasby for their Valkyrie tier membership. I do hope you enjoy all the benefits of that, good sir. And if you guys want links to any of that, there should be a link tree either underneath the video panel on Twitch, or it'll be in the description on YouTube. One of those two places. Let's see if this is right. Yeah, okay, cool. All right. Felt this slightly. All right, now we can read comments. So sorry, I'm still trying to get like an order on that. Should I read every comment like as soon as it shows up, no matter what the routine is, or do I do the routine first? You think I wouldn't struggle with that, but I do. Mr. Jason says, and greetings to you as well, Mr. Jason. Good to see you. Hopefully, you're doing well in body and mind, and I hope you enjoy your stay. Mr. Jason says, although I still technically have around 4 hours of your day left before you head off to sleep, we have once again arrived at what I consider to be a perfect end to my day. Greetings, Mr. Coin, good sir, and how are you doing today? I'm doing okay. I've got my carafe of peppermint tea in the back, steeping. I brewed 8 cups, which should be enough to get me through the day. Outside of that, I did a little bit of work cleaning up my office, just a little bit. And I worked a little bit on Pathfinder stuff. Mr. Jason says, nice. Oh, that's in response to the watch streak. 450 points for the watch streak, maintaining a watch streak. Yep. You can get 670 points, channel points per day just by doing that. Mr. Jason says, do the routine first. Yeah, I think it just keeps things smooth. And, you know, I hope people understand that I'm doing a routine. I need to do the routine. I'm a creature of routine. And finally, Mr. Jason says, I'm looking forward to hopefully seeing Sir ramming the bitches Aelin today and the Mr. Shiny and Mr. Raspy. Mr. Coin, I hope everybody can make it, but if not, for whatever reason, we make do, right? You know, we have each other's company, and at least in my mind, you know, all of you that are watching at home, you know, lurking in the background and what have you, and even if that's all everyone did, you know, that's more than enough for me. The fact that people are even watching at all is honestly a miracle. And I am blessed with that miracle, truly. Mr. Jason says, indeed, I am all good with the Mr. Coin, but the rest of them are an incredibly welcome bonus. Too true, good sir. Okay, so last time on The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom, we completed a litany of side quests. We're going to continue to do more of that today. There's really not much that has changed. Just we're here to do more side quests. We're trying to clean all this up before we head into the third phenomena. A couple of things. I don't know if I have a real goal other than side quests, so that I hope that is acceptable as both a recap and a projection of what is to come in the future. But I do have a couple things I'd like to say, just like in the event I don't get to put them on the Discord. I did make the vlog this weekend. I am still in the process of editing it. I may have to re-record the vlog, just because I personally feel like it may be a bit too rambly. And when you're dealing with when you're dealing with depressive topics, it's important that you find a good balance between showing the gravitas and seriousness of the topic, while also not dwelling too long on it so that you don't push other people into the same depths of depravity and despair that you're feeling. You don't want to map or project your emotions onto other people. I try really hard to avoid that. So I'm still editing the vlog. I'll try to get it done within a reasonable time frame, but I'll read that in a second. I just don't want to drag people down by dwelling too long on a topic. That's all. Let's see. I am not quite done with my recording session of Elden Ring Reforged videos. I need to record like 2 or 3 more, and then I can get to editing. And by editing, I mostly mean just snip out the mic track if there is one, rebalance the audio a little bit, and then, you know, render it and make the thumbnail. Like, that's all those videos are. The Elden Ring Reforged routing series is a posterity series. I'm not putting it out there as junk. The purpose is to serve as a log of sorts of, like, this is what my route in Elden Ring Reforged with the challenge run I have in mind looks like, so that if I do ever get to do that challenge run again, you know, I'm not answering 15 questions. You know, I have a whole VOD series for that. I could probably put like a dissected route once I actually get finished completing it, because I still have yet to add the DLC, like the Shadows of the Erdtree. I have not played that one iota, and so there's a ton of stuff I have to do there too. Let me catch up on chat here. Mr. Jason says, "Oh, Mr. Coin, I don't know if I parsed my message correctly, and so you apologize for not being clear. But when you mentioned about deleting the messages in the Discord, it is because it looks odd now in your Discord since you removed those messages and my replies remain. I didn't think I needed to delete those, but I can if that would make you feel better. Mr. Jason says just for a little bit, just a little bit of cleaning. Fair. Mr. Jason says, I didn't DM you about this just because I have a little bit of OCD keeping DMs strictly to the flow of conversation. If you wouldn't mind, Mr. Coin, I will clean that up after today's stream. Is that acceptable, Mr. Jason? And while we're conducting that conversation, Mr. Jason says, absolutely whenever. Thank you. I appreciate the latitude. I will get that cleaned up for you after today's stream. Yell at me if it's not done by today. I also still need to talk to you about the whole mod thing. I apologize for that. Yesterday was, well, really a bunch of events kind of bled together. I don't want to ramble on or talk about it too much. Just know that I had everyone's favorite plant, tomatoes, and even though my mouth enjoyed it, my body did not. I felt it like only a couple of hours after, eating a good tomato dish. I really just have to start asking for or trying to find pesto alternatives wherever I can. That said, we stared at a screen for entirely too long. Let's get to gaming. So we're gonna start. I guess we should read Homegrown in Hateno because I didn't read the ending text. Afterward. No, actually I did. I take that back. I remember reading this, and I know I'm not gaslighting myself. Never mind. We could just map the next quest. Yeah, that's right. I did not mean to capture that. Sorry. I'm Elden Ring brained right now, and so my grasp on the Tears of the Kingdom controls it could be better. It could be a lot better, but it should sort itself out momentarily. It's what happens when you play 2 or 3 different games. So this is it, the Kochi Dye Shop. Just like they say, it's a smartly designed shop with smartly dressed employees. Fitting, considering that this is where Cece got her start. I can't quite decide what clothes to have them dye, or what colors I want. I guess I should figure that out first. Listen to us hemming and hawing over every decision. The joys of fashion, Huh? Yeah, we need to turn in patterns to you. Yep, the dye shop. Rework the paraglider? I have a new reference. Well, that's an Aracuda, all right. It's picture perfect. Way to get my creative juices flowing again. I'll start developing this pattern at once. Mr. Jason says no rush on the conversation to moderator, Mr. Coin. As for that request of deleting the messages, I very rarely make those requests because 9 times out of 10, your messages are typically permanent, and you also do not need to do it in the TCCs. You can clear both sides of the conversation. Yeah, it's a bit different when you're not a moderator, eh? Mr. Jason says, I bet you're dying to try out the shop, eh, Mr. Coin? Good one. Cheesy dad joke, but good. Hey there, Selena Grieg. Welcome on in. Howdy. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well in body and mind, and I hope you enjoy your stay. You've come in at a good time. We're doing some side quests in The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom. I'll answer your question first. How's your day going? Or how has my day been going? Depending on what tense you're looking for. Fine. We just started streaming, which is usually the best part of my day, honestly. Then outside of that, I was just telling Mr. Jason that and, you know, company that I cleaned up my office a bit today. I added a new folding table that's being used to store some paperwork. What else? I got a nice carafe of peppermint tea brewing in the back. And other than being a little bit warm, you know, I'm feeling fine. I'm feeling just fine. Thank you for asking. And then Selena Grieg, if and you don't mind my asking, how familiar or how much of Tears of the Kingdom have you played, if any at all? If and you don't mind my asking, I always ask my new audience members that, just so I know how to direct spoilers, you know, here are some things we could discuss that are spoiler free, etc., etc. I'll also volley your question back to you of, you know, how's your day going? I hope it's going well. Mr. Jason says, if you enjoy amazing gaming, thank you, Mr. Jason. I don't think I'm that good, but I do think I'm a tad bit better than people who market themselves as bad at video games. I can at least make that claim. Mr. Jason says, if you enjoy puns, coins not your person, but the chat has spinsters for that. Too true. If you like good jokes, dad jokes, knock jokes, or jokes with setup, you'll love my audience. If you like gameplay or commentary, you have me. And of course, there's crossover between both myself and my lovely audience on that. Yes, you put dye, sweat, and tears in this magnificent beauty. Yep, Aracuda fabric. I'm not sailing as an Aracuda. Thank you. Mr. Jason says you're typoing a lot today. Valid. I merge sentences real bad. It hasn't happened yet, but I also haven't had the need to talk today. So there's that. Ooh, that's a horse, all right. Would you look at that? Now that's what I call inspiring. God, I guess there's going to be a little bit of a blurb about each one. A very pretty pattern. Nice horse fabric. Mr. Jason says, as for the moderator thing, Mr. Coin, if you can, it does make sense. But if not, it's also fine because the TCC keeps me far too busy to visit other Discords anyway, so don't feel like you have to add me. Like I said before, and I'll yell at me if I don't discuss it with you by today, Mr. Jason. But the Discord role is largely ceremonial. Like, your role, like, moderators on my Discord do have bite, don't get me wrong. They have all the privileges that you would expect a mod to have, but that's what, you know, Praetor Gideon is for, aka my server bot. My server bot is meant to, like, flag and help manage things for me so that we don't have to worry about that with other people. Like, I don't have to ask other people who have real busy lives and are not perpetually online like myself to do work, like do busy work. I don't think that's very fair. I knew I'd get a different result with some quality reference. I bet you I could make some other patterns too. Yeah, we're gonna have to flash these one at a time. Ooh, that's a Gleeok, all right. Alright, I should probably stop reading these. These are kind of repetitive. Mr. Jason says that's almost the same as the TCC anyway, Mr. Coin. Due to the size, only Jamie and I have administrator. No other staff require moderator. Fair. So roles are mostly ceremonial. Makes sense. Like, we have the permissions we need to have, and if we don't need them, we don't have them. It's nice and clean that way. Ooh, okay. That is a nice pattern. I might actually use that. I wonder if other Gleeoks, like, have, like, the same pattern, but different color. I might switch over to the Gleeok fabric for today. Yeah, we gotta keep going. We gotta exchange these one at a time. Yup. Once we're done with this, we'll make the fabric switch and actually get started on side quests proper. Mr. Jason says directors do not have moderator permissions, but they're still incredibly important in just as many important ways. Like a yes for you would hold a lot more weight than a director. I feel like at least 1 or 2 words should be different in that final sentence. And like a couple of these, but it's fine. Look, I feel like I hardly bat half an average anyway. Like, my brain definitely does not fire on all cylinders. Huh, I thought this was the part where you showed me a reference. Oh, you do find some kind of reference that sparks an idea? Come over and show me first thing. So we keep going until there's nothing. Alright, so we are reworking paragliders. But some of that fabric you got, rework it. I think we have done Cece her justice. It is time to pick out a different pattern. And oh really? So there a limited number of fabrics? Huh. Interesting. That means we could snap these and be done with the fabric right now if we wanted to. You might as well see this once. Mr. Jason says this is because you hold the higher role of Executive VP. Right. Although you're not too fond of that role as Executive VP, from what you've researched, seems lower than Chief Executive Officer. Well, no matter what the name of the rank is, I know what kind of responsibilities I'm supposed to have. A rose by any other name is thorny and smells, you know, sweet and floral, right? Well, the same is true of Discord roles. Matters not what the role is called. The intention of the role is what matters. Like, the responsibility of the role is what matters. At least in my honest purview. All right. Yeah, this is a nice looking fabric. That is a banging design. Absolutely fantastic. Now, let's go to school. Chief Executive Officer is important, but essentially the bottom rung of the board. Right, it's your enforcement officer, right? So let's show Simon a picture, because I believe that is what we had to do next. Although we had to wait for time to pass. We might be able to do it in here. Nope. And Mr. Jason says, you don't know anyone more valuable to the role than Natalie? Too true. She serves the purpose. She fulfills that role well enough. I don't have any complaints. Okay, so yeah, we really... Dang it. Hey, I saw that. The only one besides me who's allowed to pick my prize Hylian tomatoes is my daughter, Aster. If you want some, go to the general store and buy them like everyone else. I wanted the frog. Dang it. I just wanted the frog. When mashing A... Hold on. I actually have a little teeny tiny story about that. So... For those of you familiar with the Elder Scrolls franchise, specifically of the Elder Scrolls 4 Oblivion, you know, the one famous with the African-looking red guards and the... not that African-looking red guards is necessarily a problem, just that historically that is not how red guards are supposed to look and or sound. Oblivion had a less than stellar budget, okay? Anyway. In that game, there are you have like regular farms where there are grown vegetables, right? Well, you also have vineyards, like Tamika's vineyard and the Cerelli brothers vineyard, vintners that make wine and stuff. But there are other like local vintners as well, and you can pluck the grapes, or other crops from their from like the orchards and stuff. But also sometimes they're like you can actually steal crops. Anything that you could steal has like a red hand symbol, right? So I can't tell you the number of times that I have tried to get like a different crop that was free and then accidentally grabbed a grape which you could steal. And the number of times I've had to reset playthroughs is just I think I've reset like Oblivion like at least 400 times, not counting mod crashes and stuff, just because I accidentally grabbed something and stole it instead of getting something off the ground that's free. Mr. Jason says, when I first found Natalie on Twitch, I didn't want to go in immediately all guns blazing, as the saying goes, and say, hey, want to join my Discord? A new variety of pumpkin that soaks up the sunshine in Tenno Village. Baked into a dish, it can help heal the exposure of effects. The effects of exposure to gloom. Yeah, I'll buy these. Fortified pumpkin. I'll take lots of these. You slowly kept checking the stream and you eventually convinced Natalie to join. Set Natalie as quality assessor and then moved Natalie up to Natalie's current role, and then inquired about moderator on Natalie's channel. But when you first found Natalie, my first impression was, wow, Natalie knows their stuff in SMM 2. A lot of stuff. Yeah, no doubt. Like that's what just a good stream impression should be. Mr. Jason continues to say, my first impression was basically, I need Natalie on my team. The same thing happened when you first found the Mr. Coin. I appreciate that. Not that I necessarily I don't know as much about like Legend of Zelda stuff strictly. I'm a variety entertainer. I know a lot about a lot of different games. I could tell you the general plot of Elix or Grim Dawn. I could tell you the general plot of, Skyrim or Oblivion or a number of Zelda titles. I could tell you the general plot of Elden Ring, although a lot of it is background plot. I could even tell you about Stanley Parable, a little bit of it. But I don't know as much about any one particular game, not even Elden Ring. I don't even know that much about Elden Ring, like strictly speaking. I know some lore, because Elden Ring is like one of my favorite Dark Souls 3 is my absolute favorite, but I'm sorry, Dark Souls 2 is my absolute favorite. I got them mixed up, for whatever reason. But Elden Ring and Dark Souls 3 are like pretty much neck and neck with each other. I like them both. I totally blanked on what I was gonna say. Mr. Jason says, although I inquired about moderator with Natalie via DM, and then you go on to say, you don't need to know anything about SMM2, as long as you can advise me, you're performing your role excellently. I will continue to do my best to impress, good sir, as always. Also, Mr. Coin, Mr. Jason says, as usual, we'll be back slightly later after the first advertisements. Gotta do the pots again. Understood. Hopefully they get nice and clean. With, no extra, repeat scrubbing required. I'm gonna take lots of milk, because we did burn through quite a bit of it. Wow, this is like a real bona fide, grocery store. I'm really... this makes me really excited to see, actually. Like, I'm very excited to see. It's nice that we are able to develop the store shelves. And it wasn't just, oh, we didn't interface with the store ever. We're more involved in the world of Hyrule, and I'm very happy about that. Okay, we need to find a fire or like a cook pit and then pastime. Mr. Jason says, oh, they'll be fine. You see, your mom's away for a week, and so there won't be a million pots and pans. Ah, so there shouldn't be as many to wash, huh? Fair. I don't, nope, I don't even need to do that. We could literally chuck a fire fruit at it. Yeah. Now let's pass that time until noon o'clock. No, that's not a real word. Yes, I just said it. I have a few things I do around the house too. Let's see. Because I house sit for people, I've managed to bargain away the usual house chores. I don't like doing that stuff because I do it for clients, right? That doesn't mean I don't do any. It just means I ask to have other stuff assigned to me. And what I generally tend to do, because I've gotten it assigned to me on a scheduled basis, is I'll just take a leaf blower and I'll go outside and I'll blow off the sidewalk, the driveway, the backyard patio, the backyard sidewalk that goes down to the defunct pool that we can't replace the lining for, but that's a whole different thing. Those are like my out, and also wash the trash can. I take a hose and rinse it out. That's the outside stuff, and then inside I just do the bathroom and clean the microwave. Those are my 7 things that I try to do each week, with varying levels of success depending on how I'm feeling that day, during the days in which that stuff is due. I get like 1.5 to 2 hours of service work. Mr. Jason says, you see, Mr. Coin, I can't discuss too much, of course, as it is personal, but she, meaning your mom probably, is a little bit poorly. She laughed a little bit poorly, and has recently had an operation, so she's at your sister's house, where she's being looked after more, as there's not realistically that I could do around the house. I jokingly said, it's a win-win situation. She is where she will get the best care, and I won't get moaned at. She laughed might have been, I don't know if that is a correction on she's or if that is a retort, or ironically, why not both? Well, the important thing is that your mom is getting good care. That's good. It was in addition to? Nice, nice. And then after that, she laughed. Well, as long as it's not like, oh, she laughed, but maybe perhaps, secretly she maybe thought the comment meant something else, but that doesn't sound like that based on what you've told me, so that's good. Yeah, your mom getting care is important. It's important we care for it, those that are, ailing in health or aging. For a while, we used to help take care of my stepmother's mother, because she basically had a seizure and lost control of like 1/2 of her body. Like, her internals work fine, but it's really hard for her to like move her left half. No, it's her right half. She complained about it, especially because of she was like right hand dominant, and she was having to do everything with her left. It was really miserable. We'd have to, help her clean herself, feed her, put her in the, help her get into the wheelchair. take her around places. And we can do that, sure, but we're not certified health professionals, right? If something goes wrong because we, the family, were not trained in administering care, like long-term care to someone, there's not a whole lot we could do. Whereas, you know, nursing facilities and other stuff and other places where people are working really hard to help, like, care for the elderly and just, you know, those that are that are too injured to have like a full quality of life. Those professionals can be there for my stepmother's mother. We call her grandma, but yeah, my stepmother's mother. Like, they can be there for her in ways that neither my dad nor my stepmother nor myself could ever have been. She hated it at first, but she's gotten used to it by now. You know, asterisk TM. Sorry, I'm too much story time. It's playtime. All right, Simon. So for this class, we'll be going over the calamity again. Let's start by reviewing our last lesson. Mr. Simon, can you prove any of this?
Oh.
Isn't it more likely that over time history and legend started to blur together? Are we still talking about that stuff that happened 10,000 years ago? Can you point to any paintings or images that actually show there was a calamity 10,000 years ago? I can see I'll have to show the class the screen depicting the calamity to move my lesson plan forward. Yeah, sure. A screen depicting the calamity. C class? What? That shouldn't be C dash. That should be C space class. Oh my god. Mr. Jason says I made a realization the other day, Mr. Coin. You have far too many Nintendo Switch Joy-Cons. Oh my goodness, and there's a litany. I'll read that in 1 second. I'm gonna get through this dialogue real quick. This is a rare opportunity to see a primary source regarding the calamity. Wow, this looks like the real thing. So the legend was true? That's amazing. You know, seeing this makes it feel like it might have happened yesterday. Well, if you got documented proof, that's good enough for me. Go on, Mr. Simon. Tell us the rest of the story about the calamity. Of course. Thank you so much, Link. My lecture about the calamity might run long, but I hope you'll stay for it anyway. Sure. Okay, in case there's a cutscene, I'm gonna read that comment right now. In case Nintendo's like, haha, gotcha, and you have to sit through a cutscene. Mr. Jason says I have the gray Joy-Con with the original Nintendo Switch, the neon red and blue Joy-Con, or the neon red and neon blue Joy-Con with your Nintendo Switch version 2. The white Joy-Con with your Nintendo Switch OLED model, the Nintendo Switch Joy-Con pair, the Legend of Zelda Skyward Sword HD Edition, the Animal Crossing New Horizons Pastel Green and Pastel Blue Joy-Con, the Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom Gold and Green Joy-Con, the Pastel Pink Joy-Con, and of course, the Nintendo Switch 2 Joy-Con. Mr. Jason says Hyrule have suffered the calamity. Hyrule has suffered the upheaval. But they will know true doom when troll creators enter Hyrule. What? Yeah, that's funny. Okay, now that I've read that, let's see if I'm correct with the cutscene. The calamity has visited this land of Hyrule several times over. However, 10,000 years ago, there were divine beasts, built by the Sheikah using their advanced technology. Each of them was controlled by a skilled pilot as well. With the sword that seals the darkness and the power of the sacred princess, the ancient hero stopped the calamity. For a long while after that, the lands of Hyrule knew peace. But at the time when the people forgot about the calamity was the moment it returned to menace them once more. Tell us more. When did all this happen? This all happened about 100 years ago. It began with an oracle prophesying the calamity's return. The royal family took their cues from the legends of the past. They found and excavated the divine beasts. Skilled members of the Rito, Goron, Zora, and Gerudo peoples were selected to pilot them. They were called the champions. With the wielder of the sword that seals the darkness and the sacred princess, all the pieces from the legend were in place. But this time, the calamity would not be bested so easily. Did something happen? Sadly, the sacred princess was unable to awaken the holy power within her. The divine beasts were taken over by the calamity. Those selected to pilot them lost their lives in the process. Worse still, the hero wielding the sword that seals the darkness was badly hurt. Just when all seemed lost, the sacred princess came into her power and devoted her whole being to keeping the calamity at bay for 100 years. Is everyone following along so far? After spending 100 years dormant, the hero wielding the sword that seals the darkness awakened. His wounds healed. He won back the divine beast with the help of several allies, including some of the champion's descendants. And in the end, the hero defeated the calamity and the sacred princess stopped the evil one. Sorry, I got a little emotional there at the end. It's a true story, though. All that we have, our land, our lives, our civilization, we owe it to all those who fought for it through the centuries. Wow, I want to be like the ancient hero and give the next generation good lives, too. Ah, that went splendidly. Words cannot convey my satisfaction. And I couldn't have done it without you showing us the screen link. Once again, thank you so much for your assistance. Yeah. Oh, that's right. You should have something for all your help. Would this do? Actually, yes. Pretty good, too. Okay, I was worried there was going to be a cutscene. I wanted to, be ready to react to that. I'm glad that's not the case. Mr. Jason says, for example, Mr. Coin, imagine Link exploring a temple and random things up on the ceiling come crashing down with no prior warning. Yeah. Wait, isn't there, a dungeon, creator simulation thing? That's Legend of Zelda inspired, where you can kind of do stuff like that. I forget the name of it, but it's got a pretty prolific builder. It's even got logic gates in it. Mr. Jason says, I love sniper thwomps. I mean, if them coming from all the way off screen is funny, then yeah, I could see that being funny. Mr. Jason says, there is Mr. Coin, Questmaster. Ah, yes. Thank you for kindling that memory. Yup. I forget which prolific streamer covered it. Oh god, there have been multiple people that have covered Questmaster. But yeah, they have puzzles that can be wired to logic gates. It's really, really cool. And they've got tutorial maps and then they've got stuff broken up into various categories. I think there's a category or a tag system for trolls. I think. Otherwise, I know people can always just manually write the word troll in there and go from there. Mr. Jason says, oh, Mr. Coin. Oh. Chief Executive Officer Madeline occasionally streams Questmaster? Interesting. Mr. Jason says there is, yes. It's nice to see that if a Zelda maker ever came out, an official one and not an offshoot one, that, there will be some amount of trolling that takes place in that new maker. I just don't think Aonuma would ever be the type of person to make something like that. I just really don't see it. That's not his shtick. Mr. Jason says there is, yes? Yeah, that's what I thought. With the new vegetables being developed, they're harvesting less rice these days. That's a shame, as it's a favorite of mine. You should taste it for yourself, Link. Speaking of rice, our next subject is home economics. I plan to use the occasion to talk up dishes that use Hylian rice. Our next lesson is on food. Oh. Well, good morning to you. Thank you for your contributions. History class is ordinarily a bit slow-paced for the children's taste. That last lesson may have been the first time I've seen them enjoying a history lecture so much. Our next class is a home economics lesson. Naturally, you're free to sit in again if the subject interests you. Today's lecture is on home economics. Food is essential for our survival. A keen culinary sense can help you stay alive in this perilous world. I'd like to put a question to you all, but before that, we answer this statement first. Mr. Jason says in the Legend of Zelda: Link to the Past, Mr. Coin, the third boss is named Moldorm. Pretty close, but yeah, I believe it's Moldorm. And if it knocks you off the edge of the pits, it restores all of its health. People now literally refer to it as Trolldorm. Yes, I am fairly aware of Trolldorm. It is the subject of many a Link to the Past mod ROM. I hear Parallel Worlds makes an especially vicious version of Trolldorm. And I think I've heard the name Paindorm being used once or twice to describe it. What dish do you get by mixing Goron spice with Hylian rice and raw meat? Goron spice is the hot stuff they sell in Goron City to the northeast, right? If it's got Goron spice in it, the answer can't be anything but curry. But the only other thing in it is raw meat, right? So obviously, the answer has to be meat curry. Yes, that's correct. That one might have been a bit on the simple side for all of you. How about this one then? Take Goron spice, Hylian rice, and mix in monster extract. What do you get then? Monster what? Mr. Jason says Paindorm is good, but the best name by far is Trolldorm. Trolldorm. That reminds me of a man named Trogdor, who I think still streams on Twitch. And I'm pretty sure he still streams Final Fantasy XIV. Poor chap. I hope that the man can escape his shitty circumstances someday. He's made a number of social media posts about it. He's like one of the few speedrunners that I don't actively keep up with, but I know a good bit of lore. You can imagine it being the same worm-like creature, but its head section is the troll face. Me gusta dorm. Mr. Jason says, stop typoing, please, to themselves. It's fine. It happens to all of us. Look, you're getting a taste of what I do when people typo. If I know what the word is, I can issue correction. If I don't know what the word is, I can interpret what the word is supposed to be, usually. If someone types in 8 different combinations of gobbledygook, I may say, I can't help you with that, but usually in most cases, you don't get gobbledygook. You get other stuff. Monster what? Aren't monster parts only used for medicines? Yeah, if you try to cook with monster parts, it's a disaster every time. No one would eat curry made with monster stuff. I call a trick question. Oh god, Safaro. My man. My dude. Just a trick question. Hey, settle down, children. This lesson may be too advanced. In fact, combining monster extract, Goron spice, and Hylian rice makes monster curry. But judging from your skeptical faces, you won't believe me. Unless I could put a dish of it in front of you. I'd love to make some curry from them, but I don't have any monster extract. I'm told that it could be had in Terrytown. Why are you mumbling, Simon, in front of your class? Up north in Akala. Alright, let's whip up the kids some monster curry. Wait, let's make the kids some monster curry. That's a bit better. I've already thought about that sentence and I was like, wait, I surely didn't suggest to whip up the kids in the curry. That would have been, awful. And, you know, cannibalism to boot. Indeed, Mr. Coin. Mr. Jason says, with Aelin, 9 times out of 10, you get insert message, insert something about ramming bitches, insert message, etc., etc. That's not true. That's like reductive. I wouldn't say it's not true. It's just that it's reductive. Aelin talks about more than that. You know, it's sailor speech. Yeah, like, let's see if I can't emulate this. Something along those lines. Insert any number of expletive beeps here, followed by some words.
Sex.
Well, of the words that escape the censor, that is one of the words indeed that would escape a censor.
Off in the distance, my senators and inductees. That is an ad storm. In about 5 minutes, it'll blow over us, and then we can get right back to the gaming. Thanks.
First off, greetings, Mr. Shiny. Good to see you, and thank you for that redeem. Hopefully you're doing well in body and mind, good sir. And I hope you are enjoying your stay. And if not, for whatever reason, you know, I'll do what I can to make it better. I'll put forth my best effort to do that anyway. That, my fine friends, is the 5-minute warning for the commercial break. I do appreciate everybody coming in and hanging out with me. I really, really appreciate it. I do hope that everyone has found the gameplay and the commentary enjoyable. We do take commercial breaks around here at the top of the hour. They're 3 minutes long. There's a timer above my head. At the top of the hour, when that timer reaches 0, we will be ready to pick back up where we left off again. I highly encourage everyone to take a break at the same time. And, you know, either now or if and during that break you find yourself twiddling your thumbs, maybe you consider shocking that like button for me on the YouTube video. Maybe jolting that subscribe button, or, you know, electrifying that follow button on Twitch. Just something to help out my channel. My channels, they're easy, free ways to help my channel out, and they only take a few clicks. If you're feeling saucy, you can leave a comment on YouTube, but to let YouTube know you're human. But otherwise, I'm not going to make anyone do anything. Let me catch back up on messages, and then we can continue moving forward, because our next stop is Monster Curry. Mr. Shiny says, you can't censor that? Too true. That's why it's a redeem. Mr. Shiny says, tired, toughest day at work thus far. I am sorry to hear. I'm sorry that your workday has been particularly tough. I hope I can maybe ease that off a little bit for you. Oh, I did miss one, Mr. Jason. Thanks. I'll get to it in a second. Mr. Shiny says, but what a person wouldn't do to earn some respectable amount of money. Too true. Too true. Yeah, at least it's good. At least it's good, stable money. There are many people that don't have, like, jobs, or in my case, you know, I have gig work. What I wouldn't give to have a stable income, like being able to provide things for yourself and eventually claw out of debt is an empowering thing indeed. Mr. Jason says you could say that this is this game's version of Simon Says. Mr. Jason says, to get a stable income, you need to work with horses, Mr. Coin. Yeah, I did go ahead and reset the JMP counter this week, so we have we've had like 25 jokes and puns, which is understandable given I didn't stream 3 days of the week. Our normal count's been like in the 60s or 70s, so Well, gotta grind. If you want to see that joke count get up to 60 or 70, eh? That's not a real requirement, though. And 25 is still good, as far as I'm concerned. Let's see, meat and... Oh, hold on. That's... Also, we didn't read the quest text. Goron Spice, Hylian Rice, and Monster Extract. Yeah, I was about to make the wrong kind of thing. Mr. Jason says, anyway, see you after the break, but you'll be a bit delayed. Of course, good sir. Of course. Let me just go ahead and try to do this real quick. And Goron Spice, where is that? This is actually the first time making this stuff. Ah, here it is. One more thing. Yep, right there. Quickly. Never mind. They gotta light the fire up again. And we'll have to cook that after we come back from the commercial break. Thank you guys so much. See you guys then. Sorry about that, guys. I am back. I had to clean up a spill, which is why I was late. So sorry about that. Let me catch up on chat here and then we can continue. I do not see anything on YouTube. And then Twitch says, Mr. Shiny says anyway, maybe I'll show up a bit later. No worries. Do what you got to do for work or rest, recovery, or chores or whatever else. Do rest well, Mr. Shiny. I hope to see you sooner rather than later, of course. But if I don't see you, for whatever reason, that this wretched world provides, then, you know, do stay safe and take care of yourself out there. And with that, see ya. We're gonna get to cooking. They gotta cook. You gotta hole up and let them cook. Monster curry. This unusual take on curry doesn't uses monster extract and doesn't rely only on spices. Yay for monster curry. Monster curry. I believe. Hold on, I can do that better. Curry. Monster curry. No. 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 No, I just cooked. Which one do I read today? Ooh, there's one called The Champions and Their Divine Beasts. Let's see, here we go. Divine beasts were mechanical weapons built 10,000 years ago to fight the Calamity. They were the size of mountains and incredibly strong, meaning that not just anyone was allowed to handle them. Only the champions, specially chosen representatives of each people, were permitted to control them. By their efforts was the Calamity stopped. When the Calamity returned as foretold 100 years ago, the Divine Beasts were seen once again. A new set of champions came forward to use them. Unfortunately, the Calamity seized control of the Divine Beasts, and the new champions lost their lives in the process. Ouch, that's a pretty sad story. But when I was little, I heard the Divine Beasts went back into action, so I bet the champions' souls are at peace. But where did you come from? Don't startle me. Who wants to know? Is there something wrong with studying in secret? Huh? No, of course not. There's nothing wrong with studying publicly either, you little squirt. Sorry, I shouldn't have said that. Because now I've got, like, a line from, Pro Jared's, like, replay of... of Arya's sorrow stuck in my mind. It's when he got the water gun from the merman soul. Oh god. You should not be. It is a dirty little thought. Oh god. So, I was reading on Wikifur today. I know. Coin reading on furry fandom? Since when? For a while. At least a couple months now I've been reading. Apparently, the burned furs are making a comeback. I use comeback in like a not very nice... I guess I could have been a little bit less upbeat with that, but yeah, they're a bunch of conservative furries. Like, that not only have a guy who made armbands that weren't the Nazi symbol, but they were themed. Like the Nazi clothing and stuff. And apparently that guy is like one of the leaders. One of them anyway. And he refers to himself online as Foxler. Yeah, that kind of portmanteau. I just... Why? The teacher's confused again. You take Goron spice, Hylian rice, and mix in monster extract. What do you get? The teacher's confused again. Mr. Simon, you're the one who taught us that monster parts should only be used for medicine. Yeah, if you try to cook with monster parts, it's a disaster every time. No one will eat curry. Yeah, okay. Look. How am I gonna get through to them? Yes, that spicy scent is familiar. I have the curry. I guess I could say that I'm currying Simon's favor. That one's pretty good, but...
Sure, Jan.
I'm gonna issue the Sure Jan anyway. This is Monster Curry, the genuine article. Class, come and see here. This curry was prepared using monster extract. The color looks a little off. Oh, but it tastes better than I expected. Whoa, you're right. It doesn't have that monster musk I was worried about. So if you mix something, if you extract something special for monsters, you can use that for cooking? Delicious. Why, Nintendo? Why? Why did you have to include that freaking noise? I hope people could tell I was like scrunching my shoulders and like grimacing and just all kinds of uncomfortable. Nope. This is worse than, that was worse than looking at, you know, botfly nest patterns. Mr. Jason says, I'm back, Mr. Coin. Welcome back. Did the dishes prove to be as easy as you thought they were going to be? You know, not monolithic and wouldn't take half an hour to do? That's right, everyone. Ordinarily, monster parts are only to be used in medicine, but monster extract can be used in meals as well. I'm so happy that my lesson on the subject has finally sunk in. Thank you so much. See those solemn expressions on their faces? The children have matured a bit with today's lesson. Mr. Jason says, indeed, it was only 2 plates, 1 pan, one knife, so some knives, and forks. Oh, like, when you're saying the knife separately, that's got to be like a cooking, knife or cutlery type knife, and not like a kitchen knife. Okay, I think I get why that's separated. Mr. Jason says, I also made you and your dad, or you also made yourself and your dad a cup of tea. Oh, Darjeeling, Earl Grey? What kind, if and you don't mind my asking? I've actually, unfortunately, had to clean up a sweet tea spill, so I have now moved on to my peppermint tea. Indeed, Mr. Coin, just basic, just a standard tea bag. Oh, so black tea. Got it. Makes sense. You might not think yourself a teacher, Link, but you've already taught them a great deal. I'm not much good at history, but you made it fun, Mr. Link. And the curry tasted great. I pretty much think of you as my teacher already anyway. Thanks, Mr. Link. I can't wait for our next lesson with you. You're a hit with the students, too. You've earned the right to use the school's field. That's the one behind the schoolyard. Space is limited, so you can't plant an entire farm back there, but use what we have to cultivate whatever you like. Uma typically tends the field. Why don't you talk to her to get things set up? Mr. Jason says, one, at least not right now, cannot have fancy chocolate and fancy tea. I mean, basic is good. There's nothing wrong with simple. Simon says, next time I'm planning a test that will cover everything we've studied up to now. You're welcome to sit in any time. I hope you'll stay involved with our classes here. Teach me a lesson too. You've made monster curry and served it to the children as part of a lesson that they can cook using monster extract. Having been accepted as a teacher at the Hateno School, you now have the permission to use the school's field. Oh. Thank you for making monster curry for the children. I'm sure they'll remember it well since it was such a hands-on experience. You know, a teacher's job extends beyond the classroom. No matter when or where, if you see children, you have a responsibility to them. Mr. Jason says you've actually never tried other teas yet? And you know that Darjeeling tea is supposed to be quite fancy? Oh, yes. Now, I've had discount Temu, like, web page Darjeeling, but even discount Temu Darjeeling is good. It was orange. It had, like, orange extract put in. Oh. I like peppermint tea, but Darjeeling... Orange Darjeeling is just out of this world. If you can ever have some orange Darjeeling or just like a citrus Darjeeling tea, you should try it. It's really good. Like, since I don't really drink coffee all that much, I'm probably gonna like begin trying to drink other types of tea. Aelin says being sick is ramming this bitch, but what about you? What? Oh. Well, welcome on in, Aelin. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing, well, I would say I hope you're doing well, but it sounds like you're sick. Do I have that right? And in which case, you know, I'm sorry you're sick. I hope you get to feeling better soon, and I'll do what I can to try to make that better for you. Probably with some explosions. Gotta use the boom booms today. We just might not get the ability to do that immediately. Mr. Jason says fair. With what you spend in Hotel Chocolat, Mr. Jason will strive to go as close to real Darjeeling as possible. Okay, real Darjeeling can be like hundreds of dollars. Hundreds. It's probably almost as expensive in British sterling. I'm telling you, you should get the discount Darjeeling first, try the more basic one, and then if you like it, you can maybe look at other Darjeeling. Yeah. Mr. Jason says, indeed, as close, it is the operative quote. Yeah, I'm telling you, you might not be able to get as close as you'd like to think. Like I said, I had to stick with discount Temu Darjeeling in a box, but even so, it's still good. And if the discount box stuff is good, if you can get any closer than that, it'll be even better. Especially if you follow the steeping procedure. Darjeeling's a bit delicate from what I understand. It's not like herbal tea or black tea or green tea. The steeping has to be more precise. Aelin says, yup, it's just like the sniffles and feeling lethargic. Oh, well, I'm sorry you're dealing with that, although you do say it's at least not too bad, so that's good. I'm glad it's manageable. Still sucks, of course, but I'm glad that it's more manageable. You've caught us at a good time, Aelin. We just got finished with these school quests, I think, and now we're setting up our farm. We're going out into the school fields and setting those up for various crops. So we're about to go do that right now. Mr. Jason says, ooh, Mr. Coin. Darjeeling tea is rich in antioxidants and polyphenols. Yep. Helping to boost heart health, fight cancer, and lower blood sugar levels, which can fight off diabetes. Yep. Darjeeling is a very, very nice tea. It's really good for your health. As long as you don't load it up with sugar and other stuff. Alan says, oh, plant wheat. It really helps when you try to get all the recipes. Yeah, wheat and rice. Not that I think I have too much of a problem with rice, but Tabanthan wheat is kind of, it's not hard to come by, but it is tedious. I believe that's you right here. Coming along next. Hello there. Oh, well, I'd wonder when you'd be by. Simon said we should ask you what to plant in this here plot. You know, as thanks for helping out with the school. You showed up just when I was finishing the prep work for it. I could grow pumpkins, carrots, tomatoes, wild berries, wheat, rice, or melons. If you bring me one of those, I'll extract the seeds and plant them for you. Before you decide, I should admit one thing. I have more experience with some crops than others. I don't know too much yet about raising Endura carrots and healthy hardy radishes. You'll have to forgive me, the yield on those ends up being a little lower than the rest. Ah, yes, I can't give you the rare plant. Got it. Uma Thurman, anybody? Sorry. I see the name, and I just had to... make that reference. If you know, you know. Mr. Jason says, of course, Mr. Coin. Mr. Jason won't go for the Timu Darjeeling tea. But a UK retailer named Wittard of Chelsea sells a tub of Darjeeling tea for £14.95 pounds or sterling. Yeah, it's expensive tea, right? Like, black tea should be like half that price. It is expensive tea, but as long as you're not trying to get the pure top shelf Darjeeling, it shouldn't cost you that much. It's kind of like buying coffee. Like a tub of coffee, like a container about this size in the States is like 15 to 18 US dollars right now. So however much that is in British sterling for you. It's expensive. Like, coffee wasn't that price a year ago, but it is that price now. It kind of stinks, especially if you're, you know, like my old folks and me for a while. You know, if you need coffee to function, your choice is either to, you know, pay $18 and then gingerly, you know, spread out the supply of coffee so you're not using too much. Or go to a restaurant and literally get coffee there. I've also had Darjeeling from restaurants. It's pretty good. Also, it tends to be an orange or citrus Darjeeling. Both are really good. Let's see. Mr. Jason says £14.95 pounds would probably be about right for $18. Yep. So, yeah, I think I've got like a relatively internal conversion rate set up, I think. Alan says I was literally typing out how much that would be in US dollars. We need the American units. You know, why are we using them centimeters? Where are the inches at? Oh, God. Oh, no, I should not have said it like that. I don't know why, but I have like the imperialist veneer in my sentences now. Ugh, gotta get that out. Mr. Jason said, or no, those are emotes. Alan says, or asking would be better. Too true. We do have a Brit right here that could literally make that assessment. Elon says, also, how the F did T get into the conversation? I know Jason's British, but still. I believe... Oh, Mr. Jason said that after he came back from washing pots, he made himself and his dad some tea. I asked what kind, and then he said basic, and that's kind of how the conversation got a start. Like, after the commercial break was when that conversation started taking place. And, you know, I've kept up the conversation since, because I'm also a tea drinker. I love tea. I love green tea. I do like a good breakfast tea, but I'm more of a green tea person. Or herbal tea, as I have in my cup right here. Alan says, so the tea conversation started because an English dude made tea. Fair enough. Yes, it did actually start because the prototypical person made the titular item for which they are sort of known for. Yes, that was in fact the case. But I'll have you know that I am the great-grandson of a Scotswoman And we are also known for our breakfast teas. I originally do hail from that side of the world. Our folk made breakfast tea a lot. That tradition didn't really carry over when, you know, my great-grandmother emigrated to the States, but we didn't lose our appreciation for breakfast tea. Let's finish this dialogue and then I'll read the rest of the conversation. I suppose it's raining, but what's that to a gardener? Let's talk about what you'd like to grow.
Oh.
Take your time. I'm in no hurry to get planting. All right, so we want wheat here, like a lot of it.
Ah.
So you want a nice Tabantha wheat field? Oh, I can only plant one kind. Certainly, I'll take that from you and be pleased to do it. Okay. Mr. Jason says, Mr. Coin, Mr. Jason usually searches by price low to high on most websites. I do the same thing. But Mr. Jason won't use that search filter on Hotel Chocolat. You should try it sometime. See what you get. Unless you've already done it. Alan says, hey, the Portuguese are the reason that some people call tea chai. Ooh, a good chai tea or a chai latte? Yes, please. Latte? It's latte coin. Latte. Milk. Yes. I should know what this word means. I do know what it means. I just didn't make the second T sound for some weird reason. Yeah, I've had a good apple chai. Like a good apple cider chai. There's this local like cafe that's that used to be on. I think it's still functioning on I should not mention the street address, but it's like on a major street downtown, and they serve a really good apple chai tea, and I usually get it when I'm there. It is delicious. I am just as much about tea as I am coffee. Then it would be an apple chai. Sorry. Mr. Jason says, I do see what you mean, Mr. Coin. Darjeeling Britannia, with the product information and stuff. For 1 kilogram is 738 pounds. Yeah, that is primo top shelf Darjeeling, or pretty darn close. Yup. That's a lot. Turns out when plants are like desired around the world, they will make money. Imagine what, you know, indigo dye, what the prices of indigo dye were like when people were using indigo to make a lot of different kinds of like clothing and etc. Alan says chai means tea. You're saying TT? Oh no. Oh god. Okay, yes, apple chai, right. Mr. Jason says that's almost as much as your third 4K TV. Kappa. Yes, third, Mr. Coin. I'm aware. I know you have an expansive, curated office setup. And yeah, well, I mean, a kilogram's a kilogram, is it not? It's mass. Everything in life has mass. And all things that have mass have a downward weight thrust upon them. That's called gravity, my fine friends. Sorry, that sounded a bit hoity-toity and a bit of like a know-it-all. It's just basic physics, that's all. Can't return anything once you hand it over, mine, but if you feel like planting something else, come see me. Oh, and I hope you'll let me know about your first harvest so I could be there to see. I'm already hankering to see how the crop turns out. But you have to know, the important part of growing good crops is to take your time raising them. You can't expect them to thrive while you kill time at an inn or a bonfire. That ain't how things are done. The veggies know. So it'll take a bit before they're ready to harvest, but I'm already getting excited. Uma's Garden. To celebrate you becoming a teacher, Uma will grow something you like. Your choice is limited to pumpkins, carrots, radishes, tomatoes, wild berries, wheat, rice, and hydromelons. If you talk to Uma after planting something, she can plant something else instead. Alan says, accept the vacuum of space. Yeah, well, I mean, then nothing has weight, because there's, well, I should say nothing has weight. No, yes, nothing has weight. It all has mass, because mass is matter. That's what mass is measuring, is the amount of matter something has. But things in a vacuum would have no weight, because there's no force pulling those objects in a particular direction. I know that weight and mass are used like synonymously, but they're not meant to be. Like, it's one of those things that really gets drilled into your head as a STEM major or someone that like studies a lot of the sciences. Mass and weight are not the same, and you should never, ever, ever, ever mix the two together at all. You can lose points or even just get a 0 on papers for such a basic mix-up like that. You gotta make sure the units are correct and you know what you're talking about. Weight and mass are not the same. I've had like 2, 3, 4, 6, or 8 classes where they literally drill this stuff into your heads. Mr. Jason says, that's really the gravity of the conversation, eh, Mr. Coin?
Do you take me for a fool?
Alan says, boom, bitch, get out nerded. Oh, God, I'm not that much of a nerd, I think. I'm more of a geek, if I'm being honest. Of course, if that was Mr. Jason, that was directed more toward Mr. Jason, then, well, that also works. All right, so we gotta wait for Uma Thurmond over there to be done gardening. We can go somewhere else. And by somewhere else, what I mostly mean is go talk to another quest recipient that we could have talked to much earlier but didn't. If you guys want to follow along, as we're doing side quests, you want to know like location, names, and etc. Feel free to type in ! TotK MAP if you were on Twitch, or asterisk TotK MAP if you're on YouTube. Those should give you the hyperlinks to the object maps that Mr. NK Plays has worked hard to source for us. They are very precise, detailed maps with the ability to search for whatever you want, really. You just gotta actually sift through. There's a little bit of a learning curve to the map, but once you get it down, it's really, really not hard to use. Let me just double check chat. And thank you for the redemption, Alan. Mr. Jason says, oh, Mr. Coin. Alan says, it was directed towards both of you. Thank you. Appreciate that. Mr. Jason says they discovered something last night. What's up? While we're having that conversation, we can... Oh, I need to still actually talk to the stable owners about something. Guess what? We could probably do that here. Just while we're right here.
Oh.
Alan says, you puny mortal. I have played this game for far too long. For too many hours to need a map. Who even needs one, right? Just follow the trails of whimsy, your own mental whimsy, and or your experience, and they will take you to the right place. I just thought I would do a dramatic reading with that. Mr. Jason says you must be very careful when handling your still box Nintendo Switch Animal Crossing New Horizons edition, as it is worth at least £250, if not more, as a listing that you saw last night sold and does not have an Animal Crossing New Horizons digital download code card, and yours does. Yeah. If and you ever have to sell it, you want to be able to sell things like that for a lot of money. Listen up, I've got some great news. Word has it those 3 giant monster brothers finally left the caves. Yeah, they died. Huh? What's that now? You did it? Yes, I did. Their blood literally decorates the cave walls. Wait, what? You mean you defeated all 3 of those monsters by yourself? I've seen enough faces in this job that I could tell from looking at one if someone's lying to me. And you aren't. I don't even have to go check. Wow, I literally am just gonna take the word of a you know, blonde-haired, blue-eyed warrior. I don't need to verify anything. That's totally not, you know, schmuck behavior. Anyway, let's catch up on chat. They didn't just leave the caves, they left this plane of existence. I know that's not a joke, but the sarcasm is funny. I'm adding it. Mr. Coin, yes, Mr. Jason. I know that this statement will sound really crazy to say because most people don't even have one of them, but your second good lord. Nintendo Switch Animal Crossing New Horizons Edition is reasonably complete in box itself. The only things missing would be the Nintendo Switch Dock's bubble wrap packaging, the Nintendo Switch tablet's plastic packaging, both Joy-Con straps plastic packaging, and the game digital download code card. Usually very bothered by getting 100% complete, but your second one was for playing, which makes sense. You probably have like you should have the complete version lying around if you ever wanted to sell them back. You really did it. Did do it. You defeated the monsters on behalf of all of us at the stable. Thank you. Please take this small symbol of our appreciation. Please take this small symbol. I feel like I can't read today. Thankfully, if I ever do challenge run, I won't need to read much dialogue whatsoever. Grants a mid-level attack power boost. Children love fried mighty bananas. The trick is frying them over very high heat. With those pesky brothers gone at last, the guests will start pouring back in. Guess I better get back to work, huh? And listen, you've got your reward, but if you ever need luminous stones, feel free to take all you need from the caves. And there are plenty of areas of interest beside those caves for you to see around there. Not to mention rare animals that you can only find around the stable. Take it easy. Okay, so there's been something I've been meaning to perhaps show everyone, and I meant to show it earlier. But, if you guys, for those that are, like, veterans, you may recall that there's this, blank board on the right as you come in. Well, turns out this is for something else as well. Link, has that empty frame caught your eye? But before that conversation catches my eye, let's catch back up on chat. Mr. Jason says I do, yes. That's the one where someone else is sold for $250 and didn't have the game's download card. Aylin says, me no English good. Sometimes our brains literally are Swiss cheese. That's not to say that his is Swiss cheese or anything, just that when our language skills falter, what we have is Swiss cheese on the brain. Cheese. I could go for some cheese, even though it would tear my gut up something fierce. Mr. Jason says, I remember those frames. Most people put up photos of Pura. Oh, and not Paya? Why not? Or why not both? Or, wink wink, nudge nudge, photos of Mifa or Zelda, you know, drawn nicely. That people totally don't do that. They don't put pinups on the in the stable. That would be wrong. Aylin says, yeah, those are in every stable. Yep, I've been meaning to interface with these and I just didn't for whatever reason. Well, Mr. Jason, I think, was being funny there when he said photos of Pura. Exactly. Link, has that empty frame caught your eye? It sure has. And it should have caught my eye much earlier. The Stable Association has decided we stable owners should display pictures on our walls for the enjoyment of our guests. They've advised us to start by hanging up frames. Yep, you'll find frames like this one here on stable walls all across the land.
Oh.
I spent a while mulling over what painting could be worthy of such a nice frame. Here's my thought, and it's clear out, which granted isn't often around these parts. You can get a beautiful view of Floria Falls. The best place to see it is Floria Bridge outside the stable. Wouldn't the view from there make a nice painting? Problem is, I can't leave the stable unattended, and even if I could, it's rare that the weather is clear enough. But maybe there's some other way to get a panoramic view of Floria Falls on a clear day. If someone brought me a picture, for instance, then I'd be able to paint a copy and hang that up in the frame. And oh, sorry, I thought it was and some dots. Anley, the owner of Lakeside Stable, wants to hang a painting of Floria Falls as seen on a clear day. This view is best captured while looking at the falls from Floria Bridge. Maybe there's a way to take a picture of it and show it to Anley. Let's see. Aelin says, "You puny mortals, my knowledge of this game is far too much for you to comprehend." Okay. I have brought out the kind of half raspy evil laugh, which is like one of the only things I can successfully RP when it comes to tabletop games. I can do evil voices fine. Good voices or like anything that requires like an accent or something is not really something I can pull off. But evil I can do fine. Mr. Jason says, "Joking aside now, I can't speak for Mr. Coin, but you're no mere mortal, Aelin." Oh, yeah. You used to? You don't still do that, Mr. Jason? I take it probably not, but... Well, I suppose you're busy these days, which would make a lot of sense. Plus, you know... I mean, SMM2 is kind of dead. Not that dead. There are still people making... Okay, you're lucky you're unlucky that I gotta take a picture. I need to hurry up and do that, like, right now, before like, things get really... Nope, right here. Right there. Got it. Alright, now we can help out Mr. Addison. Mr. Jason says you've not done that since last July. Mr. Coin? Gotcha. Makes sense. Okay, what do they want exactly? Oh, this is like a... We want the big one and then the small one. Like this. Let's get the big one in position. Let's see. Yes, everything is in fact mortal compared to Kirby. That much is true. That thing is just an eldritch horror with like a, you know, like a singularity vortex inside of it. That's really what Kirby is. He's just an eldritch horror with you know, a black hole inside him. Alan says that's true and you hope never to find out? Indeed. You really don't want to find out. Okay. Oh, this thing will fall over if we don't, like, put support on it. So, let's make sure we do that. Let's see. Yeah, this probably should be stable. Let's find out. I have a handful of Kirby games too. I do mean. I guess I shouldn't say handful. That would imply several. I think I've got at least 2 or 3 though. Yes, he's standing. Get to work before he falls. Perfect. Yep. All right. What are you giving me? Other than money, that's always a guarantee. Stormy meat rice balls. The sweet and spicy meat stuffed into these rice balls will keep you full for some time. Those do look good. I'm sure there's got to be a cookbook of recipes. Mr. Jason says, one cannot understand the mind of a troll level creator without seeing it in action. And even then, there's no guarantee of understanding a troll level creator, Mr. Quine. Oh, the thing is that everything changes all the time, but there's like a meta. If you look at a bunch of troll levels, there will be like a theme of all involving the same sets of trolls, even with different setups. But then as new glitches get discovered, or as enough of the same type of troll level gets uploaded, eventually the tech kind of shuffles out. Some of that is in part due to the troll level creators themselves, just like individually pushing to change things up all the time so that they're constantly surprising, you know, people that play their levels with new trolls, or so that they don't memorize a troll level. But other part of it is also determined by, you know, the prolific troll level content creators that play these levels. DGR, Carl Sagan, Freaking Geek for a while, Tanuki Dan, sometimes Pangea Panga, so on and so forth. Like, depending on what the prevailing... and I guess Defender, too. I should include Defender, as he was the one that kind of started the whole shift in meta, and it wasn't just troll-level doo-doo garbage, but, like, actual, like, principal troll levels. There's always, like, a prevailing meta of, like, oh, well, now there's, like, a bunch of, you know, Uno Mas one-room troll, or, like, puzzle trolls. Or in other cases, you know, the prevailing thing for a while will be, oh, well, here's the Rube Goldberg machine of troll levels. Here's this never-ending box of random BS. Or you could have Carl Sagan's Wiggler Cafe. You could literally have someone whose whole shtick is, like, repeatedly pressing Nintendo's buttons to make the devs for SMM2 upset and issue bans, like level bans. Mr. Jason says, I glided more, okay. I glided more to haha funny trolls in your later levels, but when you first began, it was like, how can I be evil here? Yeah, see, like, there's also progression too. Aelin says, humans will always find a way to be absolute assholes to each other. Yep, and always in the funniest way possible. Yeah, I would agree with that. We always want to find safe ways to entertain the fantasy of, oh, well, I'm not a nice guy all the time, etc., etc. Dang it, I was hoping for bomb. Oh, well. I wanted a bomb flower. But I'll settle for that, I suppose. What? What are you chit-chatting about? I'd like to get a close look at the animals over there. But darn it all, they run off when people get close. Fascinating creatures. Stocky build, bulky animals. All of them. What I wouldn't give to get a closer look. Better yet, to touch one. Oh, hi there. Didn't really notice you walk up, buddy. I've been looking across the way there. I wonder, are you curious about the unusual animals over there, too? Sure. Oh, so you're curious about them, too. Then you must have a keen mind. Those are a species of animal that few have ever seen called dondons. Dandadan, anyone? They were discovered in this area. A young woman on the opposite bank has been taking care of them. She really knows her stuff. If you'd like to learn more, buddy, I suggest that you talk to her. Speaking of new kinds of creatures, a pair of fellows visited the stable recently and said they're searching for some unusual creatures. They're seeking a giant white stallion and nothing less than the horse god. Unusual indeed. That stallion sounds much larger than a horse, and that god is surely much greater than a creature. Those two headed west of here toward the Lake of the Horse God. You could go talk to them if this sounds intriguing. Okay, so he was just there to tell us things, and I'm fine with that. Let's return over to the board here. We can go from there. Link, do you still have your eye on that empty frame? I do. Oh, I was wondering what the heck they were zooming in for.
Oh.
Alan says, I totally didn't just clip when you were sad because you didn't get a bomb. Very funny. I mean, it's an out-of-context clip, right? People are gonna do whatever they want with those. Why the heck is it so hot in this house? I'm sorry, you guys may have been noticing that I've been wiping my brow a lot. Yeah, it's pretty hot. And it's not even that hot outside. It's just... my old man, my dad, has really bad circulation. Really bad. So we keep the house 75 degrees Fahrenheit. It used to be 73 and then 74 and now it's 75. This place is like a... If I had like the hot rocks and a bucket of water, I could create a sauna in here. I mean, not really. That's not quite the right temperature, but you get my point. Alan says I did. I clipped it when you were sad you didn't get a bomb. Oh, hey, I just have less than 100. I want to keep 100 of those. Mr. Jason says Mr. Coin doesn't need a bomb. He's having a blast anyway. Hey, look. Everyone should know that I have an audience of spinsters. And that audience... you know, that audience has become a fixture. If you guys like dad jokes, puns, that sort of thing, I think you guys will enjoy the channel. I'm truly blessed to have, I'm truly blessed to have such an amazing audience. Alan says, my brother and Hylia. Oh, God. Yeah, I like how adaptable that turn of phrase is. A picture of Floria Falls on a clear day. If such a piece of art existed, it would be perfect for my stable. Like this one? Huh? I'm sorry, that noise just made me laugh. Did you bring me a picture of Floria Falls on a clear day? Can I see it? Sure, you can see it, but do you see it? That's the real question. Yes, it's right there. Oh, you're making me present it, game? What is this, Ace Attorney? Ooh, I know a cheap buy that would make people like really laugh, and I get to show off something that I'm quite vested in, and that is Ace Attorney. I do quite enjoy Ace Attorney. I played Apollo Justice. Or that would be AA4.
You hear that off in the distance, my senators and inductees? That is an ad storm. In about 5 minutes, it'll blow over us, and then we can get right back to the gaming. Thanks.
That, my fine friends, is the warning for the 5-minute or the 3-minute commercial break at the top of the hour. I do want to thank everyone for hanging out with me. And of course, this is the hour where I get the major shilling done. I'll read comments in just a moment. We do take breaks at the top of the hour. There's a timer that'll appear above my head. When that timer reaches 0 after the top of the hour, you know, we'll be back to gaming. The commercial break will be well and over before you truly know it. I highly recommend that you guys take a break at the same time, grab a snack, a drink, whatever else you really feel like. I might pour myself another mug here in a moment. But I encourage us all to take a break together so that we all can experience the content together. I structure these things so that nobody has to miss anything. At least to the best of my ability anyway. I have talked about the free and easy methods to help my channel out, and you guys being here is more than enough for me. But if you guys are feeling financially generous and you like my work, or you like my audience, or you like me, you like me, you can chuck money at me through Ko-fi or Patreon or Twitch, or, you know, whatever else have you. Links to that are in the link tree underneath the video panel, or in the description on YouTube toward the bottom should be a link tree link. Fiddle around with there. Most of those things have icons. The icons should be self-explanatory. I also have my Discord server as well. We're currently doing a ranked choice vote on what game we're gonna play next. So if you guys want to help shape the future of the content on the channel, you guys can do that through my Discord server. The bot should be passing that stuff around on YouTube. I would type it in myself, but I don't think it's gonna work. I'll try. But I don't think it's gonna work. I can always manually paste that in a second. But yeah, I also release pictures and other stuff in there, and a lot of your perks are on my Discord. If you do chuck money at me, anywhere ranging from $1 a month to like 25, depending on whatever you choose to set up or like donate through and so on. But do take a look or don't. And of course, if you're already in the Discord, absolutely fantastic. Much appreciated again to the people that do join. I am cultivating that one member at a time. Not easy, but I'm doing my best. And I'm thankful to all the folks that have joined in over this past year. I really do appreciate it. Let me try to read chat really quick. Aylin asks, have you ever had a teacher that hit the bell doesn't dismiss you? I do. Oh, all the time. And I agree with them. I agree with them insofar if that is their policy, people should not be hemming and hawing about it. Like, the complaining does nothing but make the conditions in the classroom worse. If you're a student, you should just accept those are the conditions. You know, if the teacher's policy makes you late, then you tell your next teacher, hey, the other teacher may be late, and this is why. Like, you actually strike a conversation. That's what you do. Mr. Jason says, Mr. Coin, I'm currently talking to a streamer friend who has a Discord but isn't so sure of how to set it up, and I've offered to help. I said, would you like me to help you set it up further, make it a lot more presentable for you? As for your experiencing managing Discords, you present the TCC. Yep. Your formatting is immaculate, I must say. Aylin says, joke's on you, I'm already in it. Thank you, Aylin, as always. Mr. Jason says, I'm always doing business deals, Mr. Coin. Too true. This is exactly the picture I asked for. Speaking of things we didn't ask for, see you after the commercial break. Sorry about that, everybody. I am back. So, I told you guys that I was wiping my brows earlier. I figured out why the heck that was happening. It was happening because my window unit in the back there was set to medium cool, or not even a little bit, just a little bit above medium cool, instead of max cool. I have two computers in my office that I sit next to when I stream, so I get the CPU heating from not just one, but two computers. So I needed that thing at max blast, and for the past week, I apparently just didn't have this setting on the window unit correct. So no wonder I was finding it a nightmare to record and stream unless unless I literally had the lights off. Only then is it bearable. Yeah, the light also adds ambient heat into the room over time. 1 second, everybody. There, that's better. I also went and changed the standing fan and where that was pointing at. Oh, okay. Now I feel a bit better. Let's see. Let's check chat. Let's check my lovely chatters. Nothing on YouTube has changed. As for those on Twitch, Mr. Jason says, the permissions in the TCC are such a nightmare to work out correctly that you've put off sorting through most areas for an incredibly long time, Mr. Coin. You will resolve it one day, though. One day, one category of channels at a time. I don't have that many, but I could tell you from my own Discord server experience, sorting through no less than 8 bots, 2 apps, 2 to 3 apps actually, and like a couple of extensions, and around 12 Discord roles. That's a lot for me to sort through, even with bot assistance. There's just a lot I manually have to sift through. Heck, it wasn't until last month, like a month and a half ago, that I realized, oh yeah, people on Patreon and Coffee weren't getting viewing privileges to see the thumbnails early. They literally were not seeing that. I didn't set up the categories to include them for just whatever reason. So I was literally lying to my audience the entire time. I felt really crappy afterwards when I realized that. Took me a while to get over it, but I did. But I've got confidence that you'll figure out a method to sort through that for yourself in whatever way works for you. Anley says, aha, this is exactly the picture I asked for. This would really liven up the look around here. Is it okay if I paint a copy of it? Sure.
Oh.
Thank you. Ha, the falls really pack a punch. No matter how many times I see them, I'm always moved beyond words. That picture will make travelers glad they made the long, slippery trip to Farron. Now just give me a moment to whip up a reproduction. Don't worry, I'm quite good at this, I promise. Mr. Jason says, I did say if you would like my help. Discord needs an administrator or manager role set, and the permission administrator being turned on and me added. This, of course, is not an advisable role if you don't fully trust said person. Too true. Too true. I could definitely make that happen. But again, there are just a couple of things I should discuss with you before that happens, Mr. Jason. But I will make sure I've discussed that with you today. I'll leave the message in your inbox and everything, and we can go from there. Oh, I can't actually. Wow, what an oversight. You're supposed to be able to check the chat log. You literally can't do that here in this screen. Now give me a moment. Just give me a moment to whip up a reproduction. Don't worry, I'm quite good at this, I promise. Insert stick drawing here. At least it wasn't the chewing sound from earlier. I was gonna shred something if I kept hearing children chew and slurp and scarf down monster curry. I was gonna throw a roll of paper towels again. I knew it. It's perfect for this stable, and it's all thanks to you, Link. Stunning, isn't it? That said, if you ever want me to hang a different picture of Gloria Falls on a clear day, I'll be happy to oblige. Just show me the new picture and I'll paint up a copy and display it instead. To show my appreciation, I'm giving you 1 pony point. Blunk! Oh yes, and please take this too. This dish is a staple specialty. Tough tomato seafood soup. Grants a mid-level defense boost. Seafood simmered with tomato. Full of intense flavor. Oh, Link, it looks like you've saved up some pony points. If you'd like to trade them in for a reward, please head to the counter. Thank you for a truly splendid picture. Please, feel free to use the stable whenever you want. Mr. Jason says, now, of course, with me, I still need to earn people's trust, but at least with the TCC, I have a kind of like a guarantee that you would act professional at all times with special permissions, or your entire corporate empire crumbles. Well, I don't know about corporate empire, but your reputation would certainly take quite a hit. If clients don't trust an organization, it's as good as dead. Too true. Yeah. Too true. That reminds me of an organization that I founded when I was in community college. When I was in community college, let me get real specific. There were a bunch of clubs at my college, which is kind of unusual, or not unusual, but kind of like overkill for a community college, especially one as small as mine. But I noticed among all the clubs, there was not a general science club. Like at all. No science club at all. So I'm like, I have to change this. I literally have to fix this. There should be a place for not just computer people, but your biologists and your chemists. So I talked to the people there at the time. This was before that college ended up having a financial scandal and like falling on really hard times. But I went and found a club sponsor, and I literally formed the college's General Sciences Club. We mostly did hot wing eating contests, because that's what people liked. Talking about capsaicin's pretty fun, though. In all seriousness, it wasn't just eat wings, but it's also, here's a bunch of stuff you didn't know about capsaicin, along with cited sources and actual gift cards. We actually did that. We actually got the clearance to do that. We pulled in money to make that work. That was one of the proudest moments I think I could ever... It's one of the few things that's made me really happy in this life, is the fact that I've at least formed a general sciences club. I don't know if it's still around, but at least I made the effort to do something in life. Mr. Jason says that's what you mean, your reputation? Such is the case, when you wish to stake a claim on something, is it not? Alan says, all right, I'm back. Holy crap, that's a wall of text. Yeah. Mr. Jason is a very verbose individual, what can I say? Yeah, some people's short version is in fact, a paragraph. That's me. Literally autistic people, like spectrals. We literally sometimes are like this. It takes us 80 words to explain something really simple because we're wondering what you actually do and don't want to know. Alan says, don't explain literally anything above the fact that 2 + 2 is 4. Mr. Jason says I've written far longer statements. Mr. Coin? Too true, and not all of them TCC related. Yeah, you just use a lot of proper nouns. That's really what it is. Your proper nouns are very specific. Thanks for coming in such bad weather. Thanks to you, Link, a ray of light shines in my storm-battered stable. Visitors to Fair may not find clear skies outside, but in here, the mood will always be bright and sunny. Now then, once again, welcome to the stable. Do you want to lodge with us? Nope, we're good. Come back again anytime.
Oh.
Alan says, this old TC, whatever the F, must be really complicated. Were you not in there, though? I mean, you did pose a suggestion, but that doesn't mean the complexity of the thing is what you took away from that exchange. That's totally fair. Mr. Jason says, we're like Blathers from Animal Crossing, Mr. Coin. When we type 10 words, Fallout, when only 2 would do. Too true. I feel like I tend to say like 6, which is still 4 too many, but yeah. I know what you mean. And it really just comes down to, we really need the explicit things spelled out, because pattern recognition on things that are not explicitly told to us is lacking. Alan says you are, but still holy... well, I mean, holy mother forking shirt balls. Right, like there's always exceptions. The rule is definitely not autistic people tend to be wordy, verbose people. That's like the good, that's like the halfway decent scenario. And if you can speak like a normal person, that's even better. Believe it or not, that's pretty... The fact that you could speak like a normal person, Alan, is top-notch. Something I wish I had. But there are many more of us that are nonverbal, like we can't speak. Like, we can't even, like, non-verbally, help ourselves out. Some of us live with our parents or with caretakers, and we're to be seen and not heard. Like, it's really awful. Wait. Am I calling you acoustic? No. Not to my knowledge. But I guess I'm not entirely sure what the I am part of I am, but still holy mother forking shirt balls. I don't know what that's referring to. If I did so unwittingly, Alan, and not at all intentional. And I'm sorry if that crossed a line or was just uncomfortable to hear. Oh, yeah, you're in the TC, whatever the F. Gotcha. Yep. Acoustic. We're all acoustic guitars. Let's get our pony points reward. We can register an additional horse. Yep.
Whoa.
And you'll be able to register another one at 3 more points. We appreciate your patronage. Thank you. Mr. Jason says, Mr. Coin, I explained a single troll on one of your levels to a friend of yours, and I kid you not, it took 1,000 characters to explain it elaborately. Yeah. Well, troll levels are complicated. You especially if that person has no context for whatever the F you're talking about. Yeah, you've got to explain that to them. Yeah, I'm not surprised that took 1,000 words. I wouldn't even be surprised if it took 600 words. Alan says, and besides, I hang out over here. You might have a touch of the tism. Well, you know what they say, and that's rhetorical for the record. Those of us that tend to have the tism or are spectrals or have the neurospicy, no matter which parlance, which set of words you use, we have a way of like finding each other and then sticking around. Like the typical things that a neurotypical healthy person would be turned off by or feel off put by listening to me, an autistic person might think nothing of it and just assume that that's perfectly normal. For me, there's less judgment, I guess is what I'm trying to say. It's something that I wish I didn't have to deal with on a real life level, that it could just be like this perceived thing where everyone in my life knew I was autistic. I was on the spectrum. Only like half of them do, really. But not only that, but constantly being minimized all the time. I'm kind of just traveling through to all the stables we found so far, and we're snapping pictures. You know, and I'll also check for side quests that need to be turned in. I'll make sure I do both. I want to get out of my soapbox a minute. Hopefully that's okay with everyone. It really stinks when, because I'm articulate, or I like to think I'm articulate. You guys have seen me gaff up a sentence, so maybe I'm not as articulate as I think I am, but I'm often told that I make people feel stupid for the words that I use, and as a result, when I experience autistic meltdown, or I get overwhelmed, or experience burnout, like a lot of other autistic people, or those that are on the spectrum, tend to experience, you know, I'm treated like a normal adult when I'm saying something that's the warning sign. I'm giving you my warning signs, and you should absolutely be paying attention. Because once I get to a point where I can't verbalize it anymore, it's too late. Not every autistic person can do that. A lot of them will flail around, throw things, or, you know, one small little event will set them off. They'll go into a meltdown. Like, it sucks, but that's the truth of it. Mr. Jason says, I like being here, Mr. Coin, despite your vocabulary you have now. I have learned a number of new words that even I had never heard of before. I do my best, and it's not only me, I'm sure. I'm sure lots of people have new and interesting words and phrases and idioms to add to this mix. Yes, what kind of empty, what sort of painting do you want, Mr. Paddock? What was I saying? Right. Just being minimized all the time is not fun. My autism gets overlooked because I can talk correctly, quote unquote, to quote the neurotypicals. And I can hide my emotions and not... I can conduct myself in social circumstances properly, provided that they aren't too complicated and people aren't asking me to interpret their gestures as a sentence. For example, Mr. Jason says, for example, if you spelt it correctly, litany. No, that's correct. That is in fact a correct spelling, Mr. Jason. Litany, an arrangement of, like, have many of something. And usually a litany describes a different, like, things that have distinctly disparate qualities to them in a list. Like a litany of reasons why. I couldn't probably tell you what the actual word means, quote unquote. I've used it so much that I just kind of know it's a synonym for myriad. So let's do ourselves a favor and actually look it up. because I'm determined to make sure that I tell people what it actually not tell people lies. Litany is a series of petitions for use in church services or processions, usually recited by the clergy and responded to in a recurring formula by the people. Or the second definition, a tedious recital or repetitive series, aka a litany of complaints. That literally almost hook, line, and sinker the exact copy of the example I used. I just used reasons instead of complaints. But complaints would be better. Mr. Jason says, learn words with Mr. Coin. Episode 1, Litany. Ah, yes, litany. It's something you may have heard in church, but did you know it also has a more mundane meaning? Excuse me.
Sure, Jan.
I mean, it's not like they're exact synonyms of each other, right? Like, there are differences, and lots of things in English have, like, a prescribed meaning, and, like, three or more other different meanings depending on the sentence. Never mind when words like riz get added to the dictionary, which riz is an official word. We can use it now. It literally means charisma. And specifically when it comes to romance, that's usually what riz means. But when brain rot speech becomes real in a dictionary, I have problems with it. Mr. Jason says, but yeah, Mr. Coin, you use myriad in your college assignments. It's a good word to use, as long as you don't overuse it, of course. We stable owners are going to be putting paintings on display for everyone to enjoy. The Stable Association figured it'd be a good idea for us to hang the frames first to get ready. It's such an impressive frame. It's sure to be the focus of the stable, but now I need an impressive painting to go inside it. I was thinking, I heard this rumor the other day about this rare horse, this giant white stallion. Sounds impressive, doesn't it? I mean, a white horse is pretty rare, but a giant one and it lives nearby, they say? A picture of an impressive creature like a giant white stallion would suit that frame perfectly. I'm sure of it. Of course, the folks who told me about this horse hadn't actually seen it with their own eyes yet. They were planning to take the road to the Lake of the Horse God southeast of here and search for it. If I knew for sure it was there, I would go there to try to get a look at it. But I can't leave work for a rumor. I wish I had some kind of picture of that giant white stallion. If I did, I'd use it for the reference and whip up a painting of it. That reminds me, I feel like I remember seeing a very large white horse among the horses we're looking after for you. No, that's not possible, is it? Anyway, I'd really like to see it, even just a picture of it. Cool! Mr. Jason says, yeah, you wouldn't overuse it, but I'm sure there's a myriad of use cases for it. Too true. Paddock, the owner of Highland Stable, wants to hang a painting of a giant white stallion on the stable wall. He heard about the horse from travelers heading to the Lake of the Horse God, southeast of the stable, to search for it there. Maybe there's a way to take a picture of it and show it to Paddock. Mr. Jason says, in fact, Mr. Coin, I've had people IRL say, can you use less fancy words? Oh, you get the nice question. I usually get, in English, please? I'm envious. You get the nice one. So, I'm sure you get asked in a more crude manner sometimes, but yeah, I just... Well, let's pull our horse out of the stable. Because I'm surrounded by, hillbillies, let's call it. I'm surrounded by hillbillies. Say phrases like, bless your heart, and so on. I hate it here, thanks. I'm here all week. That's not true. There are people that use parlance like that can be just as sophisticated or intelligent. I'm not trying to you know, play that down or call them stupid. It's just I have personal experience. You know, I was born to a Southern family, so like U.S. Southern customs are fairly common among us, and we're definitely the kind to keep it simple, stupid. Like, don't make it complicated if you don't need to. Which is a challenge I literally cannot do. Mr. Jason says also, Mr. Coin, the UK is well known for the term taking the piss. Yup. You and your real life friend, who meet once a month, find it really funny when one of your friends who thinks they're more refined said once to your IRL friend, it is rather autumnal. Me and my IRL friend take the piss out of that saying, too true. Oh god. Okay, we're having a laugh. We're having a laugh. We're gonna take a horse. I want Rohan, please. Yep. Him and his gold mane with no thanks for waiting. Scratch that. Yep, exactly. Uh-huh. Take a picture of our nice white stallion. Isn't that that is not... Hold on, I need to replace that. That's a bit better. Replace that picture. Okay, now that we have that, let's talk to you again and put the horse away. Board horse, please. Mr. Jason says, forget the show Keeping Up with the Kardashians. I have enough to do with keeping up with two of your real-life friends. One of them likes Wizards of Chelsea, and the other one likes Wizards of Chelsea and Hotel Chocolat. Yup. That totally doesn't sound like an exercise in losing money. I mean, it's not like you have to spend when they do, right? But, you know, one of the things that will bankrupt you really quick, though, is Keeping Up with the Joneses. The whole curse you, Dinkelberg, from Fairly Odd Parents. Yeah, how the Turners would constantly get outdone by the Dinkelbergs, and even an attempt to try to match up to the Dinkelbergs is it usually it usually ends up backfiring rather spectacularly, or even in the instance where they do keep up, like eventually after a month of, you know, in-show time has passed, yeah, they aren't keeping up with the Dinkelbergs anymore. It's really funny. Mr. Jason says, Wizard of Chelsea is a UK upmarket tea and coffee shop. Yeah, I figured that much when you were talking about citing some products from them about Darjeeling earlier. Orange Darjeeling. I could really go for that right about now. They also do hot chocolate. Also good. I have 3 packs of Swiss Miss sitting behind me. I do have tea whipped up, but I could easily, because I have a Keurig machine behind me, I can easily make a single cup of Keurig of hot chocolate while also still keeping my tea warm. Even though this thing is kind of fritzy and I do have to plug it up, like re-plug it every so often, that's really the only thing wrong with the machine. It works great. Mr. Jason says, someone in a random stream informed you that what you would have spent at Hotel Chocolat would have given me 6 years of YouTube Premium. Yup. Easy 6 years of YouTube Premium. And I'm on a family plan that has it. I'm really grateful for YouTube Premium. I'm not sure I would be on YouTube other than to upload content if it weren't for that. I truly do mean that. Alan says, turns out dogs need to be walked. So I'm back hopefully for a while. Welcome back, Alan. I hope the dog walking was smooth. There we go. I think I've got the... I feel like my camera's not in focus for whatever reason. That could just be me, or maybe the size is different. I'm not 100% sure. Nope, I don't need anything else from you, Paddock. I will literally just... I will literally talk to you again about that empty frame. I mean, there are YouTube competitor sites that, like, upload stuff where you could, like, view things without so many ads. But if you're having to do that, right, then you might as well just, you know, go to a different platform. Even people on YouTube are leaving for Kick or for Odyssey or Rumble or something else. We have so many top-tier content creators between Twitch and YouTube, and none of them want to pull together to make a, like, financially solvent platform. It's really sad. But understandable, given that some of them that are at the top are complete scumbags, and the other ones that were at the top that are no longer on YouTube and have found other ventures, like Markiplier, are not really in the business of financing a new, like, media platform, especially with the internet literally dying as AI continues to proliferate. Mr. Jason says, Mr. Coin, I still have 15 boxes of the $14.95 Hotel Chocolate Hot Chocolate. Although one was 10 pounds, you got it as a welcome deal? Nice, nice. Also, Mr. Coin, Mr. Jason goes on to say, I got a free packet of dunking biscuits when you bought your Hotel Chocolate Velvetizer. Chocolat, excuse me, Velvetizer. Just a 3.95 pound delivery, Kappa. Although you don't have all 10 packs in some of them. Because of consumption, right? The giant white stallion, does it truly exist? Just how giant is it? Ah, if only I had a picture of a giant white stallion, it'd be perfect for that frame. Here you go. I even have it domesticated for you. Are you serious? They're going to show me the giant white stallion? Yes. And not the giant black stallion, clearly. Yes, you can see it. It's on my phone. Aha! This is exactly the picture I asked for. Mr. Jason says, I saw something horrifying last night, Mr. Coin. Do tell, Mr. Jason. England says, what do you dunk the biscuits in? Gravy? Oh, wait, British. Yes, biscuit, like cookie. I could go for some cookies right now, I'm not gonna lie. But yeah, here in America, biscuits are like giant bready things. That are also quite good, I might add, generally speaking. Mr. Jason says the 4K Ultra HD complete box set of Friends, like the sitcom, right? Like not just any Friends, but like the show. This would really liven up the look around here. Is it okay if I paint a copy? Sure. Alan says I love biscuits and gravy. I could go for some biscuits and gravy. You know, with some onion, like chopped onions on the side. You know, mixed in with the gravy. Oh, nice onion gravy. Yeah, that's really delicious. Yeah, biscuits and gravy are quite good, though, in all seriousness. Mr. Jason says, indeed. Yeah, I had someone tell me... I had someone on a subreddit where, you know, LGBT people meet up. Like, that's like the common subreddit. I struck up a conversation with someone, and that's all they would do is talk about sitcoms that they have on their digital library. So I became very acquainted with, like, some things about, sitcoms. That's all he ever talked about was Friends and, like, Everybody Loves Raymond and a bunch of, like, 2000 sitcoms. it eventually got to the point where I just had to step away from Reddit for a while. I just needed to let that connection die, rather than, you know, attempt to convince this person to change and ultimately probably not change. Alan says the official name of Quakers, like the religion, is the Society of Friends. Yeah. Everybody knows everybody, unfortunately. Yeah, black pudding is like it's like a mixture containing pig's blood, and it's usually dried out, I might add. It's like, they sometimes add, like, fresher ingredients, but it's typically desiccated, like, blood. Like, dried out with, and it's typically stored, dark. Like, in darkness. And it, yeah, as Mr. Jason was saying, it definitely sounds, or it is nicer than it sounds. The perks of being the descendant of a Scotswoman, eh? Alan says, you ever hear of Rocky Mountain oysters? Nicer than it sounds? Oh no, I think I know what you're... Oh my god. I could never eat that. Those aren't those bull testicles? Isn't that what Rocky Mountain oysters are? Yeah, exactly. Bull balls. Just cooked up and served. Sliced. Oh, God, no. Yes, I could never. And this is, again, coming from, you know, the descendant of a Scotswoman. And our stomachs are used to a lot of stuff. For example, haggis. Like literal sheep intestine, cooked and served with like meat stuffed in it. But it could be other stuff too. It has a disgusting smell to it. Gross. I have smelled haggis once in my life. And I'm pretty sure it was while I was on a field trip somewhere. Or it was for a extra credit thing in my biology course. I forget which one it was. But yeah, wild stuff. Mr. Jason says black pudding and Yorkshire pudding. Yeah, those are like both puddings that are not actually puddings. They're more like mixtures that are made using wet and dry ingredients. Alan says, how do you think those are gathered? Well, it's the same way a lot of other organs of that caliber are gathered. You know, the bull is put into the slaughter shop, harvested for meat, harvested for meat, and then depending on whatever else that particular butchery is known for, they might, you know, cut off the testicles and serve them separately. In places that process mainly like bulls, that is, out of all their cattle. Alan says, like, do you think they just pull them off an already dead cow? They are supposed to be dead. Because you know, castrating a live one is cruelty. That would definitely set off a lot of animal cruelty laws. But also, it's just easier if the animal is dead. Oh my god, I need to actually play the game. Mr. Jason says, in the UK we have an actual pudding called Spotted Dick. Oh my god. It gets more enchanting the more you look at it, doesn't it? Such a fine horse. It's a shame that it got turned into shoe leather. Wait, what? If only I could ride the giant white stallion. We would race across the wild plains. It would buck you off in 2 seconds. At my age, what's another dream to add to the pile, eh? Now just give me a moment to whip up a reproduction. Right, of course. Again, at least it's not the children chewing, eating noises. I'll take that. I knew it. It's perfect for this stable, and it's all thanks to you, Link.
Nah.
Ah, what a sight for sore eyes. With that picture of a giant white stallion copied, I could proudly display it whenever I want. Here's Spotted Dick. Oh my god. Oh. And it's just a picture of... Yeah, I can see why it gets the name. I hate it here. But for some people, though, definitely that. And then when they see the actual food item, they're gonna be like, sadness. Or if you'd rather I switch it for a different picture, just show me the new picture. To show my appreciation in giving you 1 pony point. Bonk.
Ah.
Oh yes, and please take this too. This dish is a stable specialty. Energizing honey crepe. Instantly refills some of your stamina wheel. Honey has been drizzled over thin crepes to bring out their natural sweetness and flavor. I could go for that myself. Thank you for a truly splendid picture. Please feel free to use the stable whenever you want. Yay! Paddock, the owner of the Highland Stable, is pleased to have a picture of the giant white stallion hanging on the wall of his establishment. Still, he's happy to replace it with a different picture of the stallion. Just show him a new image, and he'll make a copy to put on display. Alan says, I want Spotted Dick in my mouth. What the... Oh, God. Oh. We need Jesus. Wait, we need an exorcism. I know we're talking about the food, but this is such a bad double entendre. It's not funny. Why does this food have that name? Can I just comment about that? Why the hell does this food have that name? That is silly. I can articulate the reasons why, the basic reasons why, but what the heck? Literally call it a different name for the love of God, Mary Magdalene, and the Holy Spirit, please. For all of the marbles of sanity, different name. Alan says it's funny, extremely so. Yes, and I'm getting all hot and bothered, and not in the, sexual way. Hot and bothered by, this nonsense. Mr. Jason says, I think that Brits just like naming her things to mess with other people. Brits are really dirty in mind. Like, oh my God. Us Americans with our, I mean, we're kind of prudes anyway, but there are some things that we talk about that are dirty, and this kind of makes us blush. This is the kind of thing that makes even the most depraved American blush by comparison. Mr. Allen says, so you're getting hot about Dick, the spotted kind? Nope. 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 Definitely not. Nope. I am not you could not get me to touch that conversation with a 63.5-foot pole. Also, yes, if it's spotted, they should go and see a doctor. Absolutely.
Oh.
Ah, Link, has that empty frame caught your eye? It sure has. Why the heck are there drawings on the floor? Oh, there must be like young children here. We stable owners are going to be putting paintings on display for everyone to enjoy. The Stable Association figured it'd be a good idea for us to hang the frames first. Okay, I feel like I'm gonna read the same thing over and over. Quite the frame, isn't it? I want to fill it with an appropriately grand scene of natural splendor, but, well, tell me, Link, do you know where to find Hyrule's most beautiful sunrise? At the edge of the sea, southeast of here, is a small fishing village called Lurlin. It has a reputation as a resort town, but its real claim to fame is the beautiful moment when the sun rises over the horizon and lights up the whole village. And they say the most breathtaking view of the sunrise is from the summit of TotK Mountain. I love to see that view myself, but it's so far away and I can't just leave work. Nor can I climb mountains. Aelin says, don't put this VOD on YouTube, Coin. It'll get age restricted immediately. Too late. We are simul streaming, everybody. I hope we have not forgotten that. I do stream to Twitch and YouTube at the same time. I already, tell YouTube that this video was not made for kids, right? I already do that. I may need to go double check that setting with today's video, with today's stream, and just make sure it's on. Yeah, my goodness. Mr. Jason says, to be a streamer, eh, Mr. Coin? Day to day, you have zero idea the direction your chat will go. Yep, of course you could steer that chat back on course if it is navigating too far off, but yes. Well, I don't have any children in chat today, he says, knowing full well that there is someone that, although they are not an adult, they are also not so far below being an adult that we can't shoot the breeze about this stuff. We just can't start discussing erotica. You know, as long as we're not discussing Morning Glory Milking Farm or some other smutty book or something explicit, I think we're fine. We're talking about food, and the food in the double entendre of spotted dick is being mixed up. Not that I think YouTube will particularly care. I'm not monetized in the first place, but I mean, I could get in trouble later. I don't know. We'll have to see. If I were partnered, I would worry about it a bit more, but I'm not, so. Aelin says, oh, shoot. Hey, YouTube. Yes, hi, YouTube. Exactly. If you guys want to say hi to each other, feel free. Although there isn't currently any chatting going on in YouTube, so the probability someone greets you back is going to be quite low, but that's fine. Mr. Jason says, but yeah, you do think that Brits like to weird other countries out. And Americans just weird out other countries by virtue of our existence. So, I mean, I totally get that. For the Brits, it feels like a conscious choice, whereas for us, it feels like Americans are just weird. And I'm an American saying that, although I'm very much like I'm teeter on the edge of what is American and what isn't, as Mr. Jason can attest to with some of my verbiage. I do feel like I strut that line between being American and being something else, at least in terms of my lingual capacity. Aelin says in 8th grade, your science teacher, when you were in biology unit, said it is not smut if it uses scientific words. Too true. Too true. Dick, however, is not a scientific word. Penis is. But dick is not. We would have to start calling it the spotted penis in order to skirtfully dance around that. Oh, you went over to YouTube just to cross-channel the platform? Nice, nice. Nor can I climb mountains. If only I could see Hyrule's finest sunrise, I'd paint my own picture of it and finally put that frame to use. Aelin says spotted penis is much worse than spotted dick. Too true. Tassarin, the owner of Dueling Peak Stable, wants to hang a picture of Hyrule's finest sunrise, which is said to be visible from the summit of TotK Mountain to the southeast of the stable. Maybe there's a way to take a picture of it. And then after that, we'll take a break and look at... Oh, wait. We actually only have dragon hunting left. Are there any... Okay, these are memories. Hold on. I guess we have some, like, we still have some side adventures we can do, but I still feel like with the side adventures, right? I feel like we actually need, to like continue to travel. There are probably some of these that we don't have to travel, but a lot of the a lot of the other ones look like they still cross the bounds into places we've not yet been. We're kind of approaching the point where we should probably go back to the story and continue our progression from there. I would agree with you for whatever reason. I feel like, you know, the word dick is just so much in common parlance these days that I feel like the vulgarity of the word, while still acknowledged, is blunted, right? It doesn't seem as weird as saying penis, or my favorite substitution of that word, wand. Turns out that word has a basis in Latin, and that's what it means. So imagine if that dish were called the Spotted Wand. Mr. Jason says, as you saw, Mr. Coin, you censored the word over there. Yeah, I see that. I do, in fact, see that, yes. So this is the last picture we're gonna find, and I'm pretty sure Tuft Mountain is right up there. So we can just glide over to it. Pretty easy. And so, Harry Potter was carrying around a magic penis, God
off in the
knows.
distance, my senators and inductees. That is an ad storm. In about 5 minutes, it'll blow over us, and then we can get right back to the gaming. Thanks.
That, my fine friends, is the commercial break. You guys have been amazing. Even though this conversation's been somewhat weird, we're having a good time. No one's, you know, asked to change the subject. Of course, if someone did ask, you know, I would put my foot down and say, yeah, we need to find another thing to talk about. But I'm fine talking about this for the time being. We're all close enough to being an adult. Yes, what a complete twist. Complete dick twist of a conversation. If you guys like this content, hey, just a light chill, a light bit of a tiny chill, do subscribe, and maybe follow on Twitch, or both. Do both. We do take commercial breaks around here at the top of the hour. There'll be a timer above my head. Once that timer reaches 0, we can pick right back up where we left off. I mostly run these for people on Twitch, because otherwise pre-roll is frustrating to have to sit through. I know no one likes 3-minute ads, but this is like the best compromise I could find for myself, for you guys, and just for Twitch as a whole. As a result, I also highly encourage everyone to take breaks, take a break together with us. And that way you don't miss out on any content. Like at all. I just highly recommend that. And I promise the commercial break will be over before you can finish, you know, washing the dishes, so to speak. So let me catch back up on chat here. Aylin says, so Harry Potter was carrying around a magic penis. Yes, the adult version of Harry Potter. Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Caduceus. Or Harry Potter and the Chamber of Sex. I'm sorry. I swear I'm not 12. I'm not 12 and discovering what crude humor is for the first time. Aylin says, so we went from T to Dick. Yes, we did. Aylin says, perfect, just perfect. No complaints about the flow of conversation. Too true, right? Mr. Jason says, speaking of that conversation, Mr. Coin, in the game Yooka-Laylee, a spiritual successor to Banjo-Kazooie. Yep, I have a copy of Yooka-Laylee. I could show it off sometime. It's short enough that it could be a palate cleanser of a game too. It's pretty good. There's a snake called Trouser. Yep, I'm vaguely aware. Alan says, oh god, dude, in the second book they're like 12. Yes. So that literally couldn't work. Yes, the whole point is that it's an academy for magical children who may or may not have secretly been trained by a certain Dumbledore to fight a certain he who must not be named. I'm joking. That's not really the plot. That's so not the plot. It's not funny, but yeah, it is fun to talk about book by saucy woman that is totally not a complete sleazeball in real life. I did say the Chamber of Sex. I did in fact do this. You thought you were surprising me? Absolutely not. Look, I went for a witticism that I felt was natural. And you know what I forgot to do with that?
Sure, Jan.
The sure Jan. It's not a joke, but it was a witticism. It is getting a sure Jan. Because people are clear. Like, there is some internal cringe about that particular, euphemism, let's say. The euphemistic substitution for the book title. Honestly, though, I wouldn't be surprised if there were fanfic. We could talk more about this after the commercial break. See you guys then. Sorry about that, everybody. I'm back. Okay, let's see. Any chatter on YouTube other than the one from the swap over? Nope, nothing. That's totally fine. Some days it'd be like that on YouTube. I wonder if my posts of Elden Ring content are, you know, guffing around with the algorithm. That's certainly possible. Man, does YouTube really want me to be a Zelda tuber? God, I hope not. But that's probably what's happening. Anyway, catching back up with everybody. And this wonderful conversation we're having. So the really odd Philips CDI, The Legend of Zelda game would be Zelda, the Penis of Gamlon. Yup, based on that parlance, that's what it would be. Of course, usually we just say wand these days. Like, penis is like a biological term, and it really should just be used that way. We're not in times where Latin was spoken as a very much well and alive language. It's dead for a reason. There's a reason only the sciences, use that for labels, or why certain things, oh, hello. I will definitely take that. No problem. So this would be the top of Tuft Mountain for sure. And unfortunately, we have nothing. Oh, I guess what we could do, I don't know if this will work, but it is something I'm willing to try. Oh, we can't pass time at that, though. We could only cook. Well, we might as well cook now, so, let's see, what can I even make with this? I guess what I could do is... No, I want type, please and thank you. Let's select for a recipe. And can this have other effects? I don't know if that is the case. I think I have to take off the monster extract. Decrease. Okay, so we have the rice, the Goron spice. I guess if I want the... I guess it's got to be like a meat curry, right? So we could like maybe use this and then... What do I want to do here? What do we even have? A bunch of random guff. Mr. Jason says I'm going to head off now, Mr. Coin. It's quite I'm quite tired, and you want a cup of tea before it gets too late? No worries. It's been a pleasure as always, no matter what direction the conversation goes. Too true. Alan says, anywho, bye. Very well. To both Mr. Jason and Mr. Alan, thank you so much for stopping by. I really do appreciate it. And remember to eat spotted dick before you die. I prefer the term spotted Richard. Thank you very much. I Googled that over the commercial break. Yeah, there are other terms for it. There's also the spotted dog, but I'll use spotted Richard. Anyway, my lovely senators, do rest well and be well. I hope to see you back sooner rather than later. And if for whatever reason, this world doesn't, let us see one another, do stay safe and take care of yourself. Oh, God. I can't keep it together. But yeah, with that, do take care of yourselves, and we're gonna try to get a picturesque view. Hey, let's just eat dick. Oh my god. We're talking about the food, YouTube. We're talking about the food. I'm laughing because I'm 12, but we're talking about the, you know, the pudding. It's British pudding. We could have probably said Spotted Richard, though, once I figured out what it was and gone from there. I forget, is it? I think it's Goron spice, Hylian rice, goat butter, I think. And let's, or actually what we could do, is instead of butter, I want to just see, I want to test something. I know I have like that recipe chart, but I want to just see if I'm making something remotely feasible. Hasty curry rice. It's probably better if we don't make curried anything, but that's just me. It's a medium level boost, so make of that what you will, I suppose. Oh, the rain's about to be over, and then we can, like, we can pass time. We can put the wood out there. That's officially your new name. Yeah, okay, bye. Yep. Back to peppermint tea. Unless stirring conversation, eh? Hot Chalky does kind of sound good, though. Not gonna lie. We can pull that right here, and we could just sit and wait for the rain. You know, I could probably, you know, I could totally ASMR myself to sleep with rain. Whenever I hear rain, that's exactly, like, I do feel relaxed, and what I want to do is, in fact, go sleep. It's truly something else. Okay, we're gonna sit by the fire until morning. Hopefully this fire will put itself out, and we wait for this picture. There we go. Something like that. Now that we have that picture, we could go back through here. So these haven't been too hard so far. I have, like, they've told us kind of where they want the picture taken, so, you know, I can work with that. Speaking of, like, working with things and stuff, I do hope everyone... I know that the Elden Ring Reforged series is a posterity series, but I do hope you guys are getting something out of it. It's just me playing the game, right? It's me doing piloting and dying and, you know... It's me, you know, figuring stuff out for when we actually do a real bona fide challenge run. But I hope someone is at least getting something out of that. Even if it's just like, oh yeah, this is Elden Ring, but with like other stuff on top of it, right? Yes, we do in fact still have our eye on the empty frame. It makes me smile just thinking of seeing that beautiful sunrise over Lurelin Village from the summit of Tuft Mountain. I would love to paint that view for myself, but I'm afraid my job comes first. See for yourself.
Oh.
Huh? You have a picture of Hyrule's finest sunrise? Sunrise? Can I see it? Sure.
Ah.
Aha! This is exactly the picture I asked for. This would really liven up the look around here. Is it okay if I paint a copy? Sure.
Oh.
There it is. Hyrule's best sunrise over Lurelin. What majesty. What breathtaking natural splendor. Thank you, Link. Thank you for bringing me such an amazing sight. Now give me just a moment to whip up a reproduction. A reproduction in the Chamber of Sex. Wait, what?
Ah.
I knew it. It's perfect for this stable, and it's all thanks to you, Link.
Oh.
Doesn't it look spectacular? It wasn't the easiest painting I've ever done, but what a view! If you could top that with another picture of Hyrule's finest sunrise, I'm happy to copy and frame a new one. So if you're ever struck by the urge to replace the picture, don't be shy about showing me something new. To show my appreciation, I'm giving you 1 pony point. This is 12 pony points, I might add, or more. Hasty apple pie. The crisp, flaky pie-crusted sweet apples are a match made in heaven. I want apple pie.
Ah.
Thank you for a truly splendid picture. Please, feel free to use the stable whenever you want. We will, don't worry. Tasserin, the owner of Dueling Peak Stable, is quite pleased to have a painting of Hyrule's finest sunrise hung on the wall. Still, he's happy to replace it with a different image of that sunrise. Just show him a new picture, and he'll make a copy to put on display. So let's just kind of take a look around here. Trip through history. Yeah, right. I think we actually cannot do much until... we actually cannot do much with most of this. We got, like, the main quest. We've got... major phenomena. Hyrule Castle remains strangely in the sky. Right. Right, I got that. We have the regional phenomena, recovery of the hero's sword, the dragon's tears, Princess Zelda. Yup. Let's see. Travel medallion? Hold on. How many regions do we have? 1, 2, 3. No, I'm sorry. This would be... I can just look at the towers. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Okay, we should just be able to go back and talk to Robbie. Like that's what we should be able to do. So let's do that. Nice expression on Beetle's face. I want to see him make that more. Just that, like, frazzled look. I know he steals bugs from unwitting customers. Let's make it truly great. Mr. Jesus says one more thing, Mr. Coin. Your dad was having a look for some Christmas cards for you. He said he couldn't find any cards, but he found a copy of Yoshi's Island DS. Nice. That sounds like the sort of thing that you'd find. Yeah, it can be. I don't have too many DS games, though. Replace that with, like, an Xbox title, and yeah, I probably have it lying around. God, it's so sad that the Xbox is basically like a defunct line of consoles now, but it makes sense. You know, America is on the decline, and so American companies are also on the decline. And you also found an unused 200 gigabyte micro SD card while tidying your room. Nice! Yeah, see? It's amazing what happens when you clean things up. I've found old thumb drives doing that exact same thing. So that's awesome. Even though your dad couldn't find any cards, he did find a copy of other stuff. That's pretty nice. That's probably better than a card, honestly. At least in my opinion. Alright, Robbie, talk to me. Hey you, we have more work to do. Your Pora pad is nowhere near its full capability yet. So which feature do you want to add? Travel with 8. What? You've got the data? Hurry up and let me see that Pora pad. Oh. Now, give me just a moment. Mr. Jason says one of my best finds was, of course, Mr. Coin. Thank you. I appreciate that, Mr. Jason. You're going now. Farewell, good sir. I've already given you the long goodbye once, so, well, my long and lengthy goodbye, that is. So I'm going to keep this one short. I do hope I can see you again sooner rather than later, good sir. Do take care of yourself out there. And with that, we're gonna continue working on side adventures and quests. Ta-da-da-da-da! I added that extra one to your key item so you'll never lose the ability to use it. Given the maximum capacity, I could add the ability to create one more of those. I could create a link between the pad and a third location, but for that I need about 15 map data locations. That's a walk in the park for someone like you. Want to hear anything else about my inventions before you rush off? Your Pora pad will grow to its full potential with these extra features. What? You're leaving already? Well, keep in mind that your Pora pad can be truly perfect. You can now use 2 travel medallions to instantly return to any location you have set. The pack can hold 1 more travel medallion. Once 15 regions have been mapped, a 3rd travel medallion can be activated, and they are accessible from your key items. Let's start Madison's independence. Hudson and Ronson of Hudson Construction were discussing the pending departure of someone named Madison. Ronson seems upbeat about it, but Hudson looked sad. He appears to be worried about something. Well, we might as well, you know, go and... Oh, I feel like my stomach is swollen. Oh, I can press and, like, feel it. I don't like that. Anyway, I hope everyone had fun today. You know, as you guys listen back to the VOD later, of course, if you choose to do that. We're gonna... No, I don't need to open the adventure log. I just need to put a pin in there. I had fun. The conversation was a bit more than I was expecting, but it's fine. It's fine. It happens sometimes. That's, you know, that's the neat thing about advertising, that you do not, in fact, you know, stream to children. I don't advertise that. I do try my best to, you know, be family friendly, but your children should not be on a streaming platform unattended, like Twitch or YouTube or Kick or whatever. If you're a parent, you should be watching your children. You don't know when Cocomelon or some other brain rot type content is literally going to strike, and your children are gonna say, "You gotta keep your phantoms high," and "Skibbity Riz toilet" in one string, and they know what that means, but you don't. Oh, it's you. You were kind enough to visit our shop, and yet I haven't been able to show you much hospitality. I'm sorry about that. You know, here at Hudson Construction, we'd like to say, it's said and done. And here I am, president of the company. I'm supposed to be strong and decisive. When it comes to my own child, I feel so unsure about things. I mentioned her earlier. We have a daughter named Madison. She's wonderful. All the best parts of me and my wife, Ronson. But Madison is, well, she's going to leave and move to my wife's birthplace, Gerudo Town. The Gerudo have a law that says they can't associate with men until they come of age, you see. I mean, it's fine while they're very young, but when they start to become more aware of the world around them, someone comes from Gerudo Town to pick them up. I've been told that for Gerudo, spending time in Gerudo Town is an honor, and Madison does seem to be looking forward to it. Anyway, I want to give her a big send-off, but I didn't realize this would be so hard for me. Sorry you had to listen to me go on and on like that. I really should get back to the job site soon. I want to spend more time with my little girl before she has to leave, but I have so much work to do. My wife has her hands full too, what with preparing Madison for the move. She's so busy she can't even take work requests. Mostly I just wish someone could spend time with Madison so she wouldn't feel so lonely. I think I can help you with that, Hudson. It seems Hudson's only daughter, Madison, is moving to Gerudo Town on her own in accordance with Gerudo law. Both Hudson and Ronson regret that they are too busy to play with Madison, especially since it won't be long before she leaves. The Gerudo region doesn't get rain, so she won't need any of her rain gear. It's hot during the day, of course, but the nights get cold. I should pack some warm things. Sorry, I was distracted. I was just thinking about what I should give my daughter before her big move. She's been doing so much between making friends with the villagers here and studying in her room. I want to support her however I can. I'm sure she's already gone to bed by now, though. Once she's off on her journey, I think I'll start accepting dream home requests again. I'm sorry, but I hope you can wait until then. Nope, that's one. So then Madison might be in like the main space. Wait, so you got a chance to talk with President Hudson, huh? I was just out here waiting my turn to go chat with him, but I ended up falling asleep. I came to help clear out the Zonai devices and ruins that fell over the workshop. Heard they could use a hand. But I'm still pretty tired. I think I'll take another little nap before introducing myself. Bye! Sleep. Let's see. Good morning is Savota. Good day is Savak. And goodbye is... what is goodbye? Huh? Don't frighten me like that. For a second, I thought you were here to take me away on my big journey. I'm doing all this studying because I'm moving to Mama's hometown soon. Where she's from, there's this amazing language called Gerudo. I want to teach every son in the village to speak it too. So I've made it my mission to memorize as many words as I can. Hey, would you like to learn some words too, mister? If so, your timing couldn't be better. Come into a little girl's room, spook her, and then she offers to teach you language. Yup, textbook interaction. Men, this is how you get them. You know, this is how you get real women. I'm kidding. Please don't do this. Please. This is textbook what you don't do in real life. Link is a hero and can get away with a lot. You are not a hero and cannot get away with anything. And even if you are a hero, you still cannot get away with anything, because this is real life, not video game. In video game logic, people are they just magically gloss over Link's crimes. I'm about to go give a lesson to Granny Minari. You should come too. After some instructions from me, you'll be speaking Gerudo in no time. Stop saying son every time.
Oh, give it a rest.
Yes, thank you. I needed someone to just say that. Stop with this son business. The names are fine. For this lesson, I'm going to be giving a Gerudo quiz. You should try it. Child, I'm going to quiz your skull into oblivion with the untold horrors of the abyssal depths of despair. I jest. I'm not going to do that, but... It's lesson time. Hudson and Ronson's daughter Madison is studying the Gerudo language in preparation for her move. She's going to find Granny Minari and said something about giving her a quiz. Alright, Well, Minari maybe is the... That feels like the chick that's responsible for, like, the... What is it, the racing? Not sure where she's headed off to yet. Oh, never mind. Granny Minara, a Minari, I can't read. Hi, I'm Jared, I'm 19, and I never learned how to fucking read or how to freaking speak. Oh my, you're in a good mood today, Madison. Is it time for another lesson? Of course, it's a special occasion too, because a new student is joining the class. Okay, now pay attention. I can't treat this seriously because you keep saying son. Granny Minari, it's time for Madison's Gerudo quiz. What is the Gerudo word for granny? Granny in Gerudo is... Oh no. Is it Vava? Is it Vaba? Ding ding ding. That's right, I got it off of a guess. You're doing really good. Maybe you've done this before. I took a guess. Ah yes, Vaba. It was on the tip of my tongue. Oh no, there's one more Gerudo speaker around here. Thanks to Madison, I've grown rather knowledgeable about the language myself, you know. Well, it's how they talk in Mama's hometown, so if every son could talk like that here, well, the Mama won't be so lonesome, right? I feel better knowing Mama will be okay, but now I need to think of a way to help Papa. I've got it. Papa is always so busy, so I'll just make it my mission to help him with his work. Okay, I'm gonna go ride the rail car to the job site where he does all his work. Oh my god, please. Be careful, child. Oh, Madison, she's had to grow up too quickly. At her age, she should be clinging to her mama and papa's legs, not working up a sweat trying to make sure they're happy. Then again, maybe she won't have to. Ever since Haggy was put in charge of the rail car, it's become a whole lot harder to catch a ride. Madison has been teaching the Gerudo language to the people of Terrytown so that her mother, Ronson, won't feel so lonely. Now she's headed towards the rail car. She wants to help her father, Hudson, who's been very busy with work. What a sweet child. She is going to grow up to be a fine woman. I want to ride the rail car so I can get to Papa's construction site. I can't. Okay, every time I see this word and it's not like son and done, I'm swapping it out. Child, you cannot speak like that in Gerudo land. You are gonna get slapped by like strong Amazon women that you will ultimately beat yourself and help him get his work done. But I forgot that guy will give me permission to ride unless I pay him. I never had to pay until he took over. Guess I'm gonna have to hop aboard the rail car without him noticing. Then I'm gonna do that all by myself. What I need for someone is to maybe cover his eyes or something. Madison wants to go to the job site to help Hudson with his work, but Haggy, who's in charge of the rail car that extends to the site, is charging a toll. Madison doesn't have any money, is instead trying to figure out a way to obscure Haggy's line of sight. Okay, oh, I know what it wants us to do. I know exactly what this wants us to do. Oh, we need a stabilizer. That's what's going on.
Ah.
Sorry, but the construction company is still using that cutout. If you want to take one for yourself, feel free to grab one from behind the construction company. Oh, there's literally just a bunch of them that I could use. Sure. No, I wanted to not have to worry about that. You know what? This probably works. There we go. And we can literally just do that. All right, child, go. I've got to ride the rail car if I'm gonna get to Papa's job site and help him out. I forgot that guy won't let me ride unless I'm paying money. Guess I'm just gonna have to find a way to sneak under the rail car without him noticing. But I'm gonna do that. Wish I could get someone to maybe cover his eyes for me. You can go now. Huh? Mister, did you do that? I'm kind of nervous about it, but I'll trust you. I'll run straight there. I did it! My mission was a success! Yay, I can finally get to Papa! Okay, I'm off. He's gonna be so happy to see me. Thanks for helping me with my mission. You're welcome, child. This is right in my way. Can't see a thing. But can I just do this? That ought to do it. You can bet I'll be sending a bill to Hudson for cleaning up that mess. No! I literally had to staple that back. I should have just not talked to him. Hold on. I know what I could do. I wanna go down there too, using the rail car. Nope, it's gotta be, the snapping has gotta be just right. Alright. Then we could just put a piece of wood in front of that. Just like that. Alrighty. Madison managed to evade Haggy and ride the rail car. Was she able to meet up with Hudson at the work site? We're gonna find that out. Hey, you didn't mention you were coming here too, mister. It's strange. Papa keeps mumbling to himself. Oh, it's you. So you know I've been doing a lot of thinking. Trying to figure out what I could possibly do for Madison. And well, what I came up with is this. Gerudo Town is pretty far from here, and there are plenty of monsters along the way. So I thought I'd make Madison her own special air balloon. But I want to make it really special, something just for her. I'm just not sure how to do that. Special or not, I love the balloon you made. Papa, it looks like the sun. The sun?
Ooh.
That's it. Let's color it yellow like the sun. I've seen dandelions around here. I could use them to make a dye. Bet I'd get a beautiful shade of yellow from them. But for me to dye something this size, I need 10 of them. You need dandelions, Papa? Those are the bright yellow flowers, right? I'll make finding them my new mission. I appreciate the thought, but it's much too difficult. Dandelions are quite rare. I'm not even sure where you find them. Don't worry, I've seen a dandelion before. It was attached to the ruins that fell from the sky. The sky, huh? Let's talk to Madison first. Bright yellow dandelions. You know, if it was attached to those ruins that fell from up above, then maybe there's a flower field in the sky. I'll leave you to it. I wonder if any of them are growing somewhere. Hudson is trying to make a balloon for Madison to help his daughter's departure, to feel like a grand celebration. He needs 10 dandelions so he could dye it yellow, Madison's favorite color. If only I had 10 dandelions, then I'd be able to dye the balloon a bright yellow, but I don't know where I'm gonna get them from. Instead of doing that, it's like Madison said, the dandelion she saw was attached to fallen ruins, so it could be they don't grow down here on the ground. Let's have Madison do this instead of us. Huh? That's awesome, you did it. You really and truly collected 10 of them. What's this? You found them all for us? Looks like I'll have no problem dyeing the balloon the color of the sun. I wasn't any help at all. I failed my mission. That's not true, Madison. Your papa's about to turn this balloon into the sun, isn't he? I know, why don't you help me with that? I will, Papa. I'll help you make the sun. The sun is bright like an ink. It's just a big old nuclear furnace emitting lots of gas like helium. And I'm pretty sure I've said this song so wrong. Oh, God. Quick and quality, bleak, and we're done. That's why every son chooses Hudson Construction. Construct son. God, stop. Get help. You need help, child. At last, it's done and morning is already here. I'm just happy I get to watch my little one sleep a bit longer. Daddy Hudson is... Oh, fatherhood is attractive on some people. Hudson. Oh no, there's gonna be a misunderstanding with the wife, isn't there? Oh, Ronson, what's wrong? No, don't tell me. Yes, her escort has arrived and is waiting at the village entrance. I see. All right. Let's all go together then in Madison's special sun balloon. Would you join us as well? Is that directed at her or me? Wow, I feel like I've turned into a bird. Oh, Madison, don't make such a ruckus. You do not want to fall from this height. Hey, everyone, take a look at that. Oh, God. The sun is waking up. It's blessing the start of your journey, Madison. Whether you're in Gerudo Town or Terrytown, never forget that we are all standing beneath the very same sun. The only distance that matters is the distance between our hearts. So you see, your mama will always be beside you. They'll be touching down soon. Hold on tight. This is so beautiful. It's very picturesque. I like it. Seeing a sunrise is a pretty rare thing for me. I'm kind of a homebody, but I do get to see one. It's a good one. Papa, your present made me very happy. Addison, you know, if you get lonely, you could come back and eat. Sorry, never mind. Papa needs to be strong, just like you. Hey, little Madison, it's time for you to go on your big adventure.
Oh.
Yes, it's time.
Oh.
You can trust me. I'll take care of your papa and mama. Don't worry. You can go. Go become a wonderful Vi and come back with lots of stories to tell. I can't wait to hear about your adventures. I'll come visit you in Gerudo Town sometime. When I do, let's play again. Thank you, every son. I mean, Starkso. I'm going to become a great Vi, like Mama. And I'll meet a wonderful Vo, like Papa. Savork, every son. Why? Everyone. Do we have... Ronson, did I manage to keep a smile on my face? Yes, you did great. She didn't cry, so it's good we didn't cry either. Now, this is the start of a new life for us, too. Let's pull ourselves together, if you're ready. Yes, you're right, of course. Okay, I am ready.
Oh.
Ah, sorry about that. You know, you really were a big help to me. Honestly, I can't thank you enough. Those Sundylines are pretty valuable, weren't they? Well, as a way of saying thank you, please take this. And this is from me.
Oh.
You've already helped me so much. But if you ever visit Gerudo Town, please check in on Madison. What are you talking about? Have you forgotten that Vo aren't allowed in Gerudo Town? Ah, right. I guess it slipped my mind. Now I've got to get back to work. Don't you have a customer waiting for you, dear? Psst. We're special. Along with Ronson, Hudson, and the people of Terrytown, you saw Madison off on her journey to Gerudo Town. If you go to Gerudo Town, perhaps you can see Madison again. Yup, perhaps. Perhaps not. Time for a dream home? Welcome to Hudson Construction. With Madison off on her own little adventure, it looks like I can resume working on dream homes. I'm a little uneasy though. There's some kind of massive sand shroud in Gerudo Desert right now after all. But there's nothing I can do about that. I'll just keep her home safe until she returns. And in the meantime, I need to buckle down and get to work. Hudson Construction's whole business is built around supporting our customers as they assemble their dream homes. Maybe you're thinking a little basic like a kitchen or a fully furnished room or something more. We're here for you. Maybe you want to add a nice space to display some of your favorite pictures or a place to care for your beloved horse. But that's nothing compared to what's really important and what all of our customers truly enjoy, which is the opportunity to assemble all these individual rooms on their own. You pick the rooms you want and then you can put them together the way you always imagined. That's the real core of the service we provide. We even give a little commemorative gift to celebrate starting down the path of dream home ownership. You know, our whole family is in your debt for all your help with Madison. If you're interested in a dream home, I'll set you up with a discount. It's my way of saying Sarkso, you know, thank you. One dream home, please. You're interested in a dream home? That's great. There's a vacant plot in a prime location. I'm sure you'll like it. Ordinarily, the land alone would cost you 3,000 rupees, but as a special just for you, I can offer you a land rooms combination deal for only 1,500 rupees. What do you say to that? Sure. We're glad to have you as a customer. We can get started right away. As I mentioned, we already have a prime plot of land set aside for you. It's a bit southeast of here and it has an excellent view. Well, it is a bit far away. There's a shrine over in that direction, okay? Another member of our staff will meet you on the hill to the left of the shrine. Speak with him there for more details. I hope you enjoy building your ideal dream home, Savork. Excuse me. You purchased the land and rooms required to build a dream home with Hudson Construction. Talk to the company representative waiting at the plot southeast of Terrytown to begin. That's probably this shrine. right here, and I think it's underneath. This feels underground to me, if I remember. We're gonna find out. Never mind. I thought it was. I guess it's not.
Ah.
Hey, hello, you must be Link. Oh, hello, Grant. I'm Grantison of Hudson Construction. Onsen told me about you. I'm here to answer all your home building questions. In fact, why don't I get started with an overview of the process? First, if I could direct your attention this way.
Oh.
This is the plot of land you purchased. If you place the rooms we sell here,
Ah.
well, you're on your way to building a one-of-a-kind dream home.
Ah.
Let's see, it looks like your contract includes 2 rooms. Excellent, 2 rooms to get you started. Good choice. One moment, please. By moment, we mean several hours later. These are the rooms. The one on the left is a foyer, and the one on the right is a bedroom. They're covered with nets to protect the interiors, but don't worry, we'll remove them once construction is complete.
Oh.
Now all you need to do is place both rooms on the ground. Arrange the rooms so that they fit nicely within the rope boundaries. One more thing, you can only place rooms in the roped off area. Please remove any other items before the inspection. Now, let me know when you're done so I can perform an inspection. With that, please thoroughly enjoy taking your first step toward building your dream home. According to Grantison of Hudson Construction, building is as easy as deciding where to place your rooms. Try it out. Okay, so we can place 15 rooms. Where do I want to place this? Oh, you know what? I think what I can't tell... I think I want the room facing this way. Yeah, I like this. Okay. I'm just gonna pull this forward like so. And he thinks they could just attach these rooms like this. Alright, that's all we can do for now. Working hard, I see. What can I do for you? I'm done building. I'll start the inspection right away. I assume that's to make sure we've attached things correctly.
Oh.
I didn't find any problems during inspection. You're free to go inside. You're telling me that was your first time? Nice work. Your dream home is complete at last. So, congratulations. I'll call Ronson over. Please wait here for just a moment. Another money sink. Sorry for the wait. How are things going? Are you happy with your investment? Of course, this is only the first step. The real building process begins now. I hope you continue to explore building your dream home. After all, Hudson Construction sells a variety of room options. Speak with Grantson if you want to know more about them. This isn't much, but here's a little gift to celebrate starting your dream home. Tough fabric bearing a Hudson Construction design. I'll be by your side for as long as it takes to build the home of your dreams. Why don't you take a look at the inside of the rooms you placed? Sure. I think everyone was waiting on me to do this. You placed a room and took the first step toward building your dream home. Hudson Construction offers additional rooms with a variety of features. Try different combinations until your home is just right. Alright, let's open stuff up. So we got a little cabinet, we got a bed for... so this is like the interior. And this is the bedroom. Literally right here. Wow. I'm absolutely floored by that. Okay. Alright, well, let's talk to Granson again. Once again, congratulations on having that construction project done.
Oh.
I hope my introduction to the whole process was clear enough. After all, you have so much more. You can have so much more built. Maybe you'd like your house to have some more of the comforts of home, or maybe some convenient features. If you want to give any of that a try, don't tarry. Just talk to Granson. That's me. At Hudson Construction, we offer a variety of customization options. Just buy a new room and remodel away. New rooms are an investment, which is why you can preview your option, so you can make the choice that's right for you. Now and then. Do you have a construction request? Well, you're in the right place. I'll start building. Okay, I'll get things ready. Just a moment, please.
Oh.
Thanks for waiting. We're all set to begin construction.
Ah.
If you need anything, just let me know. Oh, okay. We're good.
Ah.
I need more rooms.
Oh.
Want to change your rooms? Say no more? What can I do for you? I'll buy your preview rooms. Holy hell in a handbasket. I guess let's read all these. We have the time. Its open side makes for an unusual shape to a home. Its 3 walls can be connected to other types of rooms. It's open. Oh, right. And then it's furnished. This room has 4 walls that can be connected to other types of rooms, making it ideal for expanding your home. This room is furnished with 3 weapon stands for you to display and store your favorite weapons. 3 bows, 3 shields. Okay. So you can own, I think you can own multiple. Interesting. This room has a frame suitable for hanging a painting. Show a picture to Granson and he'll paint a replica of it for you. We have a bedroom. We have a kitchen. A room furnished with a bed. You can sleep soundly here to fill with hearts. The standout feature of this room is its cooking pot. Prepare delicious food to your heart's content. These all say the same thing, but you just interchange which stand we're talking about. A shrine complete with a goddess statue. You can pray to it for strength whenever you want. A place where you can keep one of your registered horses. Granson will contact the Stable Association to bring the horse for you. The foyer. A study. A compact room furnishes a study. It's a cozy space to spend quality time alone. Indoor stairs. A set of stairs used to go up and down between floors. Useful if you want to expand beyond the ground floor. Outdoor stairs. Really? A simple set of stairs meant for the exterior of a house. For a different look, try flipping it upside down. Garden pond, an elegant, well-lit L-shaped pond. Comes with a purchase bonus of a sank carp. It could also be used without water, depending on how it's placed. And the flower bed. A garden unit that comes with a beautiful flower bed. Place it on top of a unit and you've got a rooftop garden. Okay. So we can spend the rest of the stream doing this. Let us start with, let's grab a weapon and a bow stand. And then we'll get a kitchen and a blessing room. That'll be 600 rubies. Deal? Deal.
Oh.
Would you like a different room? Yes. A bow stand, please. I will also take a gallery.
Oh.
A kitchen. And a blessing room.
Oh.
And then we'll take a tiny little study. 2 garden ponds. I'll probably snap them together.
Oh.
Whoops, this is awkward. There's no room for another room. You still want to purchase this, you can, and I'll just hold on to it for you. Understood.
Oh.
And a flower bed.
Hmm? Ah. Oh.
Oh, so I need to, like, actually snap rooms on. Now then I'll get everything ready. Okay, that's cool.
Ah.
Thank you for your purchase, and look, everything is ready to go. Okay, so we're going to... So it's not that we couldn't snap, we couldn't buy... It's not that these couldn't snap together, it's that we literally could not buy more. Okay. This is the bed. Yeah, this was the bedroom we snapped off earlier. This is the kitchen. Oh, I see the problem. We actually need more rooms. Can we buy more?
Ah.
I need more rooms. I'll buy our previewed rooms. Yeah, we'll buy a furnished square.
Ah.
And can we buy the flower bed?
Oh.
All right, let's continue to get everything in short order.
Ah.
Okay, we're all set there. I was so sure I was just gonna kill myself, but I guess that's not necessary. Okay, so let's unsnap that. It's gotta be, they'll let you like go over, but it does quite literally have to like reside inside of the, it probably can't even be here. It probably has to be within the like flag marker. Okay, so that's the foyer. This will be the form room attachment. And then here will be the study. Or not the study. Here will be the this will be the kitchen. Grandson, I need you literally out of my way, buddy. That's the stand. Ooh, am I gonna have enough money for everything I need? Yeah, so that takes care of like our like pawns, plural. And then we can add a catch it like so. Yeah, we could put plants there. I like what we're putting together so far. Oh yeah, that's kind of important. Okay, we need to make sure that the... snapped on like so. You might need another foyer. Yeah, we need another foyer and another 4-room connector.
Ah. Oh. Ah.
Okay, we have one foyer
Oh.
and one, and I need to sell. I need to sell so that we have the 14 there.
Ah. Ah.
I need more rooms. I want to sell.
Ah.
We do need, I'm gonna have to sell some stuff to make room. 1 diamond. I will sell... Oh, that's a lot of amber. We could actually sell lots. I'd see 389. There, that gets us what we need.
Ah.
And we will buy 1 furnished square room. There's no room. Yeah, that's fine.
Ah. Oh. Ah. Oh.
I'll keep building. Ooh, we might need to, like... Okay, I think we're gonna need to do things this way. Have the garden around back. Yeah, have the garden around back. Grant, I need you to not be where you are, buddy. See, is that... Yeah, okay, that's within the line. Good. Just keep sliding boxes on top of each other. See, is it within the line? No, it is not. Not at all. Not whatsoever. Okay. Then we need the 4-room attachment. We got a bunch of stands. All right, now that we've got things out of the loading area.
Ah.
I need more rooms. I'll buy. I need a furnished square.
Oh. Ah.
And that should let us should let us get to work. Okay. Like this. I just wish I could, like, have it straight. Yeah, it's less room than you think, actually. Also, I'm quite sure I am not even really getting the most out of my rooms. Yeah, we need to move this as far over as possible. And then... Nope. Yeah, we really don't have as much wiggle room as you think we do. But I think that is about as much room, as much wiggle room as I think we're gonna get. Oh, we are just barely within the line. Okay. So see, now we could put that back over. Slide this. Which gets us the water and the garden, and it's stapled on all nice and neat. Means we can move this over. Move that over there. Got the tiny little study. Where is that? Oh, that's this little cube right here. Oh, of course that's not correct. It's fine. It'll fit within the lines eventually. There's the study. And then we've got okay, I think I am gonna need that little extension. I need one last room, and I will buy the indoor stairs. Okay, and this should be the last thing we need, then we should be able to put the room together. I think I'm gonna have to say no to one of these gardens. Yeah, I can't. This has gotta be, I gotta put a 4 like room thing on there. nope, don't do that. Don't do that.
Oh. Hmm.
What happens if I say I'm done here? I'm sure the inspection's not gonna go over well. He's gonna be like, nope, 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 this is not within the line. These buildings don't snap on right. Safety inspection. Enjoy your fabulous new home. Oh, cool. So it looks like he probably stores these.
Oh.
I'll start building. Yep. You better not. I think these go in storage. If not, I'm gonna be upset.
Ah. Hmm. Oh.
I need another 4-way.
Oh. Ah. Oh. Ah. Oh. Ah.
And then we need another square 4 probably. He actually has to go lug those.
Oh. Ah. Oh. Hmm.
My house is a mess for sure, but we're gonna make it work. At least we can climb in order to like do what we gotta do. Dang it. And then we can just hoist both of these over here. Attach things like this. And then we can take... trying to think of how I want to do this. Put that on top. Sorry if I'm not being super chatty. I am kind of like trying to concentrate on how I want to like envision things. You could just... Luckily, these snap on really easy, actually. I'm thinking about, you know, how little difficulty I've actually had in terms of snapping things on. I sort of thought, ooh, actually what we could do is like this. We could do something like that. And then we could... So let's see, we would come out here. I guess I would need to see all of the rooms first, and then we can decide if we want something on the rooftop, which it would probably be the box garden that's there. All right, let's see. Yeah, I'm done. Safety inspection is all good to go. We got lots of rooms to work with. Got the study. The study is exposed to the outside. Not the best study room, but some people like the outdoor studying. I probably would actually, if I had some way to like screen a study, I'd use an outdoor one. Absolutely. Okay, this is for bows. Oh, right. I have to remember that we have two of these. We've got the weapon stand. We've got a place for, or I should say we have. Okay, so then the So what we have a spot for weapons. We have a place for bows. Do we have one for shields? There's the goddess room. There's the kitchen. And the place to crash. Where's the shield room? Oh, is there? Oh no, it's not here, is there? Hold on.
Oh. Mmm. Ah. Ah.
Right. Yeah, if we need anything, thanks. I just need to see the interior. Yeah, so this is the internal stairwell. Then we have the study. The internals of that space. Kitchen. We got the kitchen, the goddess statue, the bedroom. That all is there. I guess we just don't have one for shields, which I guess technically there's only like one special shield and then the rest is like strictly, oh, well the problem is we want to store shields. Okay. guess if we get rid of the study, we can have a place for shields. Sure.
Oh.
Done.
Mmm. Ah. Ah.
I'll start building. Yep. What stored rooms do we have? I don't think there was a shield room in storage.
Ah. Ah.
I need more rooms. Use a stored room. Yeah, we have a study and a garden pond.
Oh.
I need more. I'll buy a room. We will use...
Ah.
Nope, we're good.
Mmm.
And that capstones the end of the, like, indoor enclosure, so it's no longer exposed to the outside. Like this. And then we can just... do something along these lines. Snap these together. Grant, I need you. I need you to not be there, bud. Yeah, we could just snap it onto the side. And the garden is still actually, like, here. Okay.
Oh.
I'm done. We're good.
Mmm.
And we'll end with a preview of all the rooms before we call it good. Yay! So we have our dream home. We have a garden that we can't plant anything in because the field for planting is technically... We've got the Sunke Carp. This wild armored carp has been bred into a prize-winning fish. Its beautifully colored markings do not occur in nature. It offers no special effects when cooked. Uh-oh. I think it's a dead fish. I collected it and it's a dead fish now. Nice. All right, so we've got the internals. We have a place that connects to where we store things. So why don't we... This one's a bow. We'll put that there. And we don't have any other bows I actually care about preserving, just the special one. I wanted to make sure we had access to that. Do your walls need an extra something? Not a bad artist. If you show me an example, I can paint a copy for you to display. Let's paint this. So this is going to be inspiration for the painting? Yep, absolutely. Why not? Hurrah! A masterpiece, I must say. This will certainly liven up your room. Please enjoy. This is a melee weapon. Okay, so here we're going to destroy the fused material. And now we have that in our home. Destroy this fused material. And now we have the Bigoron sword. That's also on display. Yay! And then this one is shields. We could store a few special shields here. There we go. Look at that. That's nice. So this is like the storage part. So then we can cross over to the right-hand side. And here's the goddess statue. Yes, I know. Sage's wills and all that. And a cook pot that we could, like, throw things in. Okay, now my next step is gonna be, instead of talking to him, what we can do is fly over to Terrytown and maybe see if we can't talk to Ronson one more time. I wonder if we could, like, do something about internal decorations. I kind of doubt it, if I'm being honest, but I think it's just the house. I think that's a one-time, you know, son and done purchase. But that's just me. Savota. What do you think of your dream home? It's awesome. You can customize it even further by purchasing additional rooms from Grantson. I hope you try out a bunch of different combinations and really make your dream home yours. Even my daughter Madison has talked about wanting a dream home of her own, and, well, I'm sorry, whenever I let my mind wander, I start thinking about Madison again. To Gerudo is a wonderful thing when we return to Gerudo Town, and it is now too, really, but I just worry about her. I hope that she'll be okay on her own and that she's doing well. That's it? I think this is an excellent place to call it. We got our home, finally, which I'm sure everyone's been begging and nagging at me to do. But we have it, and now we don't carry broken weapon or nearly breaking weapons anymore. Those things are on display forever. My lovely senators and inductees, this has been a wonderful episode of The Legend of Zelda. I was about to say Ocarina of Time. The Tears of the Kingdom. I think the tomorrow's stream will be the last we do of side quests and monster killing for a while. And, you know, visiting stables to put paintings in them. I think that's the last we're going to do of that for a while, and we'll have to have another cleanup session, of course. But I think that we more or less have everything we want done before we settle on into the third phenomena. And if not, it's okay. It's okay. As long as quests aren't missable, I'm good. We're good here. Nintendo has not plugged in a missable quest in Breath of the Wild. I do not expect them to start doing that here. That would be insane if they did that here. Well, my lovely senators and inductees, this has been another episode of The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom. Thank you guys so much. We'll be back tomorrow. I know, I've said it. I think I've said that twice, but I really want to reiterate that. Say it twice. Say it twice, say it nice, right? But in all seriousness, do take care of yourselves and stay safe out there, my lovely senators and inductees. You are welcome in my hallowed halls anytime. Whether that be Twitter, Blue Sky, Mastodon, Instagram, so on and so forth. Or my Discord, of course. Link in the link tree. Click, check, find out. But I'll see you guys next time. And with that, goodbye.